following program features trained professionals. Do not attempt what you're about to see. From the depths, the giants are stirring.
This is almost as big as the boat.
Great whites in Hawaii.
I poke my head above the water and say, hey guys, there's a shark under your boat.
Tigers in French Polynesia.
Holy smokes, a lot of sharks here.
Possibly the largest ever caught on camera.
She's the biggest shark I've ever seen.
This thing is so big.
What's behind these unbelievable encounters?
Deep blue is probably the most famous shark in the world besides Jaws.
And can a tiger from Tahiti challenge Deep Blue's legendary status? Hawaii, a tropical paradise, known for white beaches, stunning scenery, and abundant marine wildlife. Many shark species call these waters home. Tiger sharks, hammerheads, and oceanic whitetips are common. But it's extremely rare to see a great white. On January 11th, 2019, that was all about to change. Everyone on the island of Oahu was talking about a huge sperm whale carcass near the shore, attracting sharks. An unusual sight for most, but for wildlife photographer Kimberly Jeffries and boat captain and diver Mark Muller, it sounded like a chance to capture some amazing photos.
So we heard about the whale in the news. We had reports of tiger sharks, oceanic whitetips, even hammerheads. We wanted to get out as soon as we could, and by the time we made it out, the whale had already washed ashore right here at Sand Island.
That's exactly where it was. It was beached right there on the sand next to the rocks.
Kimberly is a professional wildlife photographer and conservationist, capturing amazing images above and below the surface. She and her boyfriend Mark dedicate as much of their time as possible to their true passion: photographing and studying animals in the water. On January 12th, the Department of Land and Natural Resources tows the dead whale back into the ocean.
I heard reports that they had dropped the whale carcass 8 miles offshore. And I was like, let's go check it out.
The next morning, Mark has other plans. So Kim, along with 2 friends, Andrew Gray and boat captain Danny Roberts, set off in search of the carcass.
We got about 100 meters off the whale and started gearing up.
This is the moment they've been waiting for. A chance to see whatever might be lurking under the water, scavenging on the giant carcass.
And at that point, tiger sharks started swimming up to our boat and checking us out. So we knew it was going to be a good dive.
Andrew and Kim get in the water next to the whale, excited to shoot.
Tiger sharks are probably the apex predator around the Hawaiian Islands, and they'll eat everything. But when a dead whale shows up, it's like ringing the dinner bell for tiger sharks. So by and large, sharks don't consider humans food. We are simply not their menu. But occasionally people do get bitten, and we don't really know why. One possibility is defense. So getting in the water around these sharks is obviously a really cool experience, and the chances of being bitten are obviously low. But we never advise that for the public because that's a good way to become an accident.
An ominous quiet surrounds Kim and Andrew, and the tiger sharks vanish. After only minutes in the water, they discover the tiger sharks had a very good reason to leave quickly.
A big shadow started appearing, headed right towards us. And I was thinking, what in the world is this? Because it was way bigger than any shark I'd expect.
She was by far the biggest white shark I've ever seen, and honestly, her girth was approaching pilot whale size in just sheer mass.
This white shark swims right by Kim and I and heads directly towards the whale and took a big bite.
There it is. She is massive.
This thing is so big. I would estimate this shark at 6 meters. It's about 20 feet long.
This seemed like the opportunity of a lifetime, and Kim didn't want Mark to miss it. In French Polynesia, another mega shark sighting. But this time, it's a tiger. And it may be the largest tiger shark ever caught on camera. Marine biologist Corey Burkhardt recorded this female in 2018 and named her Kamakai.
We have seen some really, really big sharks, but none quite like her.
The South Pacific is known to grow some of the biggest tiger sharks in the world. Bigger than Hawaii. Bigger than Tiger Beach, Bahamas. And French Polynesia may be attracting the biggest of them all. Male tiger sharks can grow to a whopping 13 feet. Females, even bigger. And Kamakai, she's off the charts.
When we first met Kamakai, it was really unexpected. I've been diving with tiger sharks in multiple countries, and she's by far the biggest I've ever seen. The smaller sharks took a back seat to her for sure.
Corey is 5'8" without her fins. Based on that, Kamakai could be 16 feet. Larger tigers are extremely rare. The largest ever documented tallied 18 feet. Her massive girth also sets her apart.
It's not just her length, but her width as well. She can be 5 meters long, but when she's like 3 meters wide, including her fins, like that's insane.
Kamakai could have been pregnant. And if so, are big sharks like her coming here to give birth? Finding her again may unlock those secrets.
The biggest priority and the biggest goal would be to see her physiological changes since the last time we saw her. If she's skinnier, if she looks like she's a bit smaller, maybe she did pup.
Okay, here we go.
Corey enlists cameraman and shark conservationist Andy Casagrande to help with the search.
She's got to be one of the biggest tiger sharks that I've ever seen.
Andy knows big sharks, and knows how to be in the water with them. But he's never dived with the tigers of Tahiti.
There's only a handful of spots in the world where you get this sort of density of tiger shark action. Super pumped. This is day one.
Since the government banned shark fishing in 2 million square miles of the South Pacific in 2006, these waters have become a vibrant sharkopolis. More than 20 different species, with tigers at the top of the pecking order. Less than a mile from the main island of Tahiti is a hotspot known for big sharks.
You can see we have sharks here already, just as we pull up. Some black tip sharks, gray sharks, and hopefully we can see some tigers here.
Let's suit up.
Andy and Corey decide to free dive, using only snorkels. Scuba gear could spook the sharks. Their plan, to take pictures of as many dorsal fins as they can. Like a fingerprint, each is unique. They'll use the fin shots to look for a match with Kamakai.
Corey, I'm gonna follow your lead, eh?
Yeah.
Wow, there's a lot of sharks here. I mean, I'm gonna follow you. Anytime you dive down, I'll follow you.
Corey's underwater call lets Andy know there's a tiger shark close by. Andy goes after a dorsal ID shot. The underbelly is smooth, no claspers. The dorsal fin shows mating scars. She's a female.
Corey, on the next one, if she comes by, can you dive down and try to get closer to her?
Yeah.
To measure the shark, Andy will use Corey as a comparison. But first, she must get close. Corey is a master freediver. She dives 60 feet deep and holds her breath for up to 4 minutes. She makes no noise at all. Now the tiger comes right in. It's bold. Maybe too bold. A big Tahitian tiger shark goes eye to eye with marine biologist Corey Burkhart. Corey must swim close to get a size comparison. She's big, 12 or 13 feet. The Kamakai is around 16 feet. And the dorsal fin isn't a match. So this is not Kamakai.
Wow! That was incredible.
But it is another large female tiger shark. And it supports findings the bigger sharks now thrive in Polynesian waters. Andy and Corey aren't ready to give up yet. Kamakai could be out here too. In Hawaii, divers Kim and Andrew are experiencing a close encounter with a massive great white. And their friend Mark races to meet them.
I've been to Guadalupe and I've seen quite a few white sharks in person, and this was by far the largest that I'd ever seen. It was really surreal. Her pace was not what you would imagine. She was really just very stately in her movement and manner.
She stuck around for about half an hour circling the whale and feeding. And then she dove straight down under the whale, and I thought, she's gone. This is it. Mark's not going to get to see her. I know how rare white shark sightings are in Hawaii.
Typically, white sharks are not seen very frequently in the Hawaiian Islands. There was shark control programs that were done in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and I think they caught 4 total out of thousands and thousands of sharks that were caught. So while we know white sharks come to the Hawaiian Islands, they don't come in huge numbers like we see off the coast of California or Mexico, South Africa, or Australia.
Tiger sharks started moving in and feeding on the whale. So I figured the white shark was definitely gone.
Mark is finally in the water. Suddenly, the tiger sharks disappear again. And it's quiet. Until, out of the depths, a giant emerges, and it's heading straight for Mark's boat.
Coming right here, Ollie.
The shark came up to the prop, and I thought it was going to bite my prop on my boat.
But the great white shark decides rotting whale meat is a better meal and returns to the carcass. As the great white continues to chow down, the divers capture amazing footage.
This was my first experience with white sharks. Couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was a really special experience.
The shark makes the most of this lucky break, filling her immense body with as much whale meat as possible. With such a big belly and voracious appetite, could she be eating for 2? Could she be pregnant?
It's possible that she's been out for a year and a half. She could be carrying a womb full of close to term pups and getting ready to make her migration back to coastal California or Mexico to give birth. Or the other possibility is she could just have a belly full of whale. It's thought that a white shark could take out over 400 pounds of whale meat in a sitting.
Finally, the white shark has eaten her fill and dives down deep, disappearing.
We stuck around for a while, hoping she'd come back. The tiger sharks moved in, and we decided to call it a day. We were exhausted.
It was an incredible day on the water.
But who is this giant from the deep? Kim hopes her photos will solve the mystery.
There have always been stories about white sharks in the Hawaiian Islands, but there haven't been very many documented instances of them. We had ID shots and video, and it was more than enough to present to at least the scientific community for identification.
In Tahiti, Corey and Andy decide to search for Kamakai, where Corey first encountered the massive tiger shark. A fisherman alerted Corey to the location.
He called us and said that he had this crazy, crazy spot where they've had this huge influx of tiger sharks.
It was flush with tigers, but finding one like Kamakai there was a huge surprise. The spot is 220 miles north, inside an atoll. Just a few days' swim for a fast-cruising tiger. It's the largest atoll in the Polynesian group. A ring of coral reef makes a lagoon 50 miles long, 20 miles wide.
It's massive, one of the biggest in the entire world, and it's protected. So it's like getting a chance to be in the open ocean, but with a little bit of barrier around you. And there's only 2 ways to get in and out.
Corey and Andy head in with Tarama's son, the fisherman who first called Corey. He's been fishing inside the lagoon for his entire life, and the tiger sharks are new.
We was really surprised to see many sharks like this.
So many tigers.
Yeah, so many tigers there.
Fishing in the lagoon has always attracted sharks. But the increased sightings here suggest the government's protection measures are paying off.
Hey. Wow, looks like we got at least 3 tigers right at the back of the boat. There's another one at the front, another one over there. Thank you. Got it.
Tiger sharks are normally solitary, but here, they're everywhere. And something about them is distinct.
Holy smokes, a lot of sharks here.
So many tigers, they are everywhere. This is amazing.
All of these tiger sharks are less than 9 feet, immature juveniles, and subadults. But what is it about the lagoon that attracts younger tigers? And what was a mature shark like Kamakai doing here?
So this thing's just a super basic, non-invasive, spring-loaded fin cam system.
Andy hopes this tool can help provide answers.
We're tracking with it, seeing what it sees, and we're basically diving into the secret life of the shark.
2 sharks with cameras can scout a much bigger section of the giant lagoon than a couple of divers.
So if we can see what they're doing and why they're doing it, I think it's really helpful for the behavior.
With other species, like bull sharks and great whites, the young segregate themselves so they aren't attacked and eaten by the adults. Maybe that's what's happening here. Pierrick Sebald is Corey's safety diver. She'll need him for this dive. She's going to try and attach the cameras to the tiger sharks by hand.
All right, Andy, I'm gonna go ahead and jump in.
These young tigers are more unpredictable than adults.
One coming up behind you.
Corey wants to start with a small juvenile. She makes her move.
Got it.
They still need a second volunteer. This one's a subadult.
That one's bigger than all of them. Ready to go?
Let's do it.
Corey's 2 for 2.
Nice work.
But this camera shark moves in for a close-up. The first thing it films is a beeline right for the safety diver. Pierrick rubs receptors located in her snout. He wants to calm her down. But it's clear. This young tiger doesn't want calm. It wants a diver. In Hawaii, Kim Jeffries couldn't wait to find out more about the massive great white feasting on a sperm whale carcass.
When I got home, the first thing I did was download images and videos, and I immediately reached out to my friend George, who I've worked with in the past, to identify white sharks in Guadalupe.
Using images stored in a database, researchers have a system to identify individual sharks that visit Guadalupe Island in Mexico, a great white hotspot in the Pacific. Currently, 261 unique white sharks have been identified.
So it turns out white sharks have unique markings that enable us to identify them based on the white and gray markings along the side of their body, along their gills, along their tail. And of course, over the years, they acquire unique scars. During mating, they quite often bite each other. In addition, they'll compete with each other over food, or sometimes the things that they eat will fight back. So those unique scars and unique markings have been used by researchers to identify individuals.
With the help of the Marine Conservation Science Institute, shark photographer George Probst makes a startling conclusion.
He responded that we had possibly seen deep blue, to which I said, "You're off your rocker, George, and you've seen too many white sharks at this point."
In 2013, off the coast of Guadalupe Island, Mexico, photographer Michael Meyer films possibly the largest great white shark ever caught on camera. Local shark researcher Mauricio Hoyos names her Deep Blue. Experts at the time estimated her to be 20 feet long and 50 years old.
I got goosebumps from hearing that news. Deep Blue is probably the most famous shark in the world besides Jaws.
When George told me that it was deep blue, I was really shocked because I've been to Guadalupe and I went in the season where you see the big females, but nothing that I'd seen even compared to that legend of deep blue.
Using photos like Kim's, scientists can now better calculate Deep Blue's size. With Kim as a reference, Deep Blue is at least 20 feet long. But what was Deep Blue doing here in Hawaii in 2019, 6 years after being spotted off of Guadalupe Island?
You know, 25 years ago, if you had asked any shark biologist what kind of shark we thought a white shark was, we would have said a coastal shark. And it wasn't until the advent of some of the technology that we use, like satellite tags, that literally changed our minds overnight of white sharks from being a coastal species, at least in the Northeast Pacific, to being an open ocean species. Most of the sharks that have been tagged and tracked, some have been tagged on the Farallon, some have been tagged at Guadalupe. We see very little movement of those sharks between those two locations. They tend to all go out to the same place, kind of in the middle of the Pacific. Researchers coined this area, kind of halfway between Hawaii and Baja, the shared offshore foraging area.
Footage of great whites in Hawaii is extremely rare. But deep submersible missions have captured something surprising that could be a clue why few people see the great whites that make the journey here.
Oh! Huge shark. Look at this guy.
ROV and submersible studies have cited white sharks as deep as 1,000 feet around Hawaiian Islands.
It is a great white. That is a great white shark. That is huge. It's about a 12 to 13 foot great white.
So it's very likely that white sharks are present here. They're just so deep we rarely see them.
If Deep Blue swam from Guadalupe Island to Hawaii, she would have covered over 2,400 miles, a remarkable distance. But as Kim, Mark, and Andrew were about to discover, Deep Blue wasn't alone. The search for a mega tiger shark named Kamakai has led to a vast Polynesian lagoon full of juvenile tiger sharks. One of them is after the dive team. Young tigers can be very erratic. The team members decide not to push their luck.
Get on the boat.
Corey and Andy successfully deployed 2 fin cams to monitor behavior here. Now they must wait.
Wicked.
The fin cam is designed to release after a few hours. A tiger shark can cover a lot of ground in that time. They've been known to swim 60 miles a day. The footage should give Corey and Andy an idea of what the young tigers are doing in the lagoon. And possibly what brought Kamakai here. 3 hours later, they get a signal on their receiver.
Corey, it sounds like the camera's popped up way out there, like way outside the lagoon. But in the deep water, yeah?
Yeah.
The first camera they detect is from the bigger tiger, the Subadome. Looks like the camera came off as she headed out of the lagoon.
All right. Nice work.
But the smaller female dropped hers inside the lagoon.
Nice. 2 fin cams deployed, 2 retrieved. Let's check the footage.
In Hawaii, Kim, Mark, and Andrew have just had an encounter with possibly the world's largest great white. And news of another has them itching for more.
After learning about the new sighting, it really pushed us to go out the next day.
But the next morning, Mark has to work. So Kim and Andrew head out in Kim's boat, Rubber Ducky. And they find the whale quickly.
There's already a boat out there with 5 divers.
And they said they hadn't seen anything except for tiger sharks.
Andrew gets in the water right away. And Kim takes a moment to relieve herself.
Kim is hanging off the side of her boat, taking a leak, and I see a massive white shark swimming in directly underneath her. I poke my head above the water and say, "Hey guys, there's a shark under your boat."
And I said, yeah, whatever, no big deal. Because they'd only seen tiger sharks in the area until then.
But this isn't a tiger shark. It's a great white. A very large great white.
I pushed myself back into the boat really quickly, grabbed my mask and my camera, put my fins on, and rolled back into the water. I wasn't sure whether or not it was deep blue or not. She was incredibly huge and just incredibly majestic. She was a little bit more inquisitive than deep blue, which was one of the first indicators to me that something was slightly different.
It was indeed a brand new 18-foot female that had never been recorded before.
I got to name it as a result of taking pictures and presenting it to be identified. And so I named her Howley Girl as a tribute to the Hawaiian culture and a white visitor to our islands. It's possible that this shark has never encountered humans before, so I think she was just really curious and wanted to check us out.
This shark was especially interested in our boat. It's possible that she thought the boat was a chunk of the whale.
So the boat we were in is Rubber Ducky. It's my boat. It's about 17 feet long.
It has sponsons around the side of it that are filled with air and a hard hull. This shark would repeatedly come up and nose the sponsons.
She gave a little test nibble on the starboard side, and that's when she popped one of the tubes.
We hear air hissing out. It must have been just a couple minutes before she came back to the same area, took a nice bite, and made a big gash right into it.
My boat is sinking.
At 10 o'clock on Tuesday morning, I get a text message from Kim that says, "Shark bit the boat. We're fine. Come out now."
Mark came out in about an hour. He did bring some tie downs to strap the tube in place.
So not long after I had checked their boat out, we saw that the shark was coming in behind the boat that I brought out. And that's when I got the really cool picture from the surface of Kim in the water right in front of Howley Girl.
Mark captured incredible photos of Kim and the shark, really showcasing her size.
After swimming around us for hours, she eventually took off.
Finding one white shark on a whale, sure. Getting 3 large female white sharks on a whale, that's different, right? That means those sharks had to be close enough in the vicinity to, number one, detect the odor of that whale. And then also, it might mean that these sharks are traveling together. It's something we've never really been able to study or understand.
In French Polynesia, Corey and Andy hope fin cam footage from 2 juvenile tiger sharks may finally lead them to the mega tiger, Kamakai.
What is that?
The bigger shark headed out.
Looks like she's heading deeper.
At around 8 feet long and at least 4 years old, she's approaching adulthood and heading outside the lagoon.
Cool.
It's more dangerous out here. Hammerheads patrol these waters. Adult hammerheads are cannibals, known to eat smaller sharks, like young tigers. Corey and Andy came to the lagoon in search of Kamakai. So far, there's no sign of her. But these teen tigers may hold clues to what brought Kamakai here.
There's like 1, 2. This little one is obviously encountering other juveniles here. That one right there, that one right there. That's a rad shot of that tiger cruising amongst its friends. They're not being aggressive.
They don't seem to be really in competition.
Tiger shark pups are much smaller when they're born, 20 to 30 inches long and very vulnerable. Maybe these young sharks were born here or nearby, and the lagoon serves as a sanctuary.
If they swim out the pass, they're basically subject to being predated on by big sharks.
I think this is where they kind of learn to be sharks, and once they're big enough to get past that learning curve and it's not as dangerous for them to go out.
The strong currents in and out of the lagoon provide a constant supply of food, and the shallower water keeps out the larger hammerheads.
If I was a little tiger shark, I would hang out in this lagoon too. It's like the perfect safe zone where there's food, safety, friends. It makes perfect sense.
The pieces of the puzzle may be coming together. Huge females gather off the island of Tahiti, showing mating scars. Maybe Kamakai was so big because she was pregnant.
That could be one reason that she was so wide. It's very possible that she was coming in, dropping those babies off, and heading back out.
A lagoon full of young tiger sharks, which suggests a rare pupping ground may be nearby. No Kamakai, but evidence of stages in the tiger shark life cycle. "14 years after protection, the waters off French Polynesia have transformed into a big tiger paradise. A safe haven where a shark like Kamakai can birth a new generation of mega tiger sharks. Like French Polynesia, environmental protections in Hawaii seem to be making an impact. Since Deep Blue and Howley grew, even more great white sightings have occurred.
The white shark population has probably been reduced for over 100 years due to loss of their favorite food and overhunting. So now that white sharks are coming back, we don't know whether the patterns we're seeing now are the patterns that were always there or whether they're new patterns as the population grows.
Did the team film the world's biggest known great white shark? Quite possibly. But they definitely encountered two of the largest white sharks ever recorded in Hawaii, giving hope that an even larger shark might be hiding somewhere in the deep.
I know how rare white shark sightings are in Hawaii, and this experience was absolutely incredible. By far, the best I've ever had in the water.
This was one of the most amazing experiences I've ever had in my life. There have always been legends of white sharks in Hawaii, but to actually have gotten the chance to see one and then ultimately getting to name one was just absolutely incredible.
Locals are still talking about what happened here last spring. It was a perfect day for fishing.
Woo! That's a big one!
But below the surface, two heavyweights of the shark world were on a collision course.
That's insane!
It's a rare face-off between a bull shark and a great hammerhead, prompting a team of experts to dig deeper into the encounter.
1, 2, 3.
In the hope to uncover surprising behaviors.
We might have a predation.
I have no idea what is going on here.
And come face to face with two of the biggest,
She is massive.
baddest
Look out,
super predators on the planet. But which one takes the crown? Several people captured the event in the spring of 2021.
That's insane.
The video quickly went viral. A bull shark chases a monster great hammerhead and pins it to the beach. There's no escape. The bull shark circles, followed by a second. Then, the hammerhead is ripped to pieces. Marine biologist Dr. Mike Heithaus was floored.
I've never seen anything like this. A lot of times we've got these big top predators, but they don't usually pay much attention to one another. In this case, it was a head-to-head battle, and we had a winner and a loser.
An encounter of this magnitude is rare. It provides the perfect opportunity to understand how these apex predators stack up in a one-on-one battle. Fishing charter captain Mike Myers saw the whole thing.
Oh my gosh. You walk me through what happened that day?
I had clients on board. I just saw it. Oh my gosh, a huge hammerhead.
How big do you think that hammerhead was?
I'm estimating somewhere around 12 to 13 foot. So he kind of swam up towards the beach, and people were over there screaming and hollering because he kept beaching himself. Every once in a while, one of the bull sharks would come up and grab him by the tail and jerk it and then swim off real fast. And all of a sudden, you look down, and then the sand just exploded. We looked as hard as we could after that whole mess happened. There wasn't a fin on the ground, there wasn't anything in the water. He was gone.
You've been out here a long time.
I've seen a lot of bizarre things with these sharks over the years.
Oh my gosh.
I've never seen anything close to that.
Big sharks are known to attack and eat smaller sharks. But these two apex predators are powerful equals. The hammerhead, sleek, massive, and can turn on a dime. In a one-on-one fight, they are fearsome opponents. Great hammerheads can grow to be nearly 20 feet long, almost twice as big as the bull shark. Bull sharks may be in a different weight class, but they pack a lot of punch for their size. Stocky with a superior jaw strength, bull sharks have a bad reputation for a good reason.
Lots of questions come out of this video.
Oh my gosh.
They're both top predators. You don't really think about one going after the other. So to see them battling it out is incredibly unique. If these sharks are going head to head, who's gonna come out on top? When top predators battle it out with one another or have interactions, that can cascade through the rest of the ecosystem. So learning about interactions among top predators is really important.
To investigate this surprising new dynamic, Mike has assembled a team of experts.
We're gonna try to get to the bottom of this by first studying bull sharks and great hammerheads separately, and then going to a place where they might come together to see if it's a collision or if they go their separate ways.
First up, the great hammerhead. Team member Aaron Spencer leads this part of the investigation.
They're one of the most recognizable sharks in the ocean. When you see that cephalofoil and just see the eyes and how big that head can get, it really kind of takes your breath away.
Famous for its elongated head extensions called cephalofoils, the great hammerhead has an advantage over the bull shark in its uniquely positioned eyes. With a nearly 360-degree field of vision, it has the best depth perception of any shark, giving it pinpoint accuracy on attack. Its wide head also contains more electrosensory receptors than other sharks.
All of these pieces come together to make them as good of predators as they are. But because they're so big and wide-ranging, they're really difficult to study. We use something called biologgers, which are essentially animal-mounted data collecting devices. And the biologgers are like Fitbits for sharks.
So by putting that on the back of the shark, it can give you a three-dimensional path of how it's moving through its environment, how it's speeding up, slowing down, pitching, rolling. We just got to get out there, catch a hammerhead, and get one of her accelerometer tags on its dorsal fin.
While Aaron readies a hammerhead 3D biologger, Mike heads back out to the scene of the crime to look for more clues with Captain Myers. For a few months a year, this relatively deep channel west of Fort Myers is a fisherman's paradise.
It is packed full of these giant fish called tarpon that can be more than 200 pounds, and they're one of the world's most coveted game fish.
As the water warms each spring, thousands upon thousands of tarpon migrate north to Boca Grande to spawn. Anglers come from all over the world to try their luck. As they fight these mammoth fish, bull sharks and hammerheads cross paths in their quest for easy prey. Over the years, Captain Myers, who captured the video of the attack, has observed both predators on a daily basis.
Have you ever seen the bull sharks or hammerheads go after tarpon that aren't hooked up?
Oh, God, yeah. The bull sharks will get around these schools. That's 10,000 fish running up and down this beach. I have seen numerous times the hammerheads come in. People don't realize how agile that fish actually is.
But what Captain Myers recalls next intrigues Mike.
And what's really cool, when a hammerhead comes, bulls aren't around. They don't want nothing to do with it.
It contradicts the behavior Captain Myers captured on video a year earlier.
The hammerheads come in, and there's no more bull sharks. What I saw floored me.
The team decides to deploy the hammerhead tag right here in Boca Grande Pass. But the next morning, Mike gets some bad news.
Unfortunately, we just heard from Erin, and she's been exposed to COVID, so she can't make it out today. But she's programmed the tag for us, and we've got a crew, so we're going to go out and try to catch a great hammerhead. Anything we need to be thinking of to get this on for you? Not having her on the boat is going to be a big challenge because that's one less experienced person to handle a shark. But hopefully we can get it done and get some great data for her.
Mike will work with Mote Marine Laboratory biologists Valerie Hagen and Jack Morris to see if they can get the tag on a hammerhead by themselves.
Jack and I work with one another for most of our field work.
It's fishing, right? So you always come in with the expectation that you hope you're going to get what you want, and when you do, it's amazing.
They set 10 fishing lines along the mouth of Boca Grande Pass. It's prime hammerhead territory.
That is a piece of stingray. And the hammerheads love stingrays. They'll actually use their head to pin them to the bottom to hold them down so they can get a bite.
While they wait for a catch, Mike preps Aaron's 3D biologger.
What it can do is help us recreate the three-dimensional track of the hammerhead. And it samples at such a fast rate, we can see if they're doing burst swims to try to catch something. And out here in Boca Grande, we know that bull sharks and hammerheads can be on a collision course. So learning more about each is really important to understand how they're going after prey, or are they maybe eating one another?
By the time the last line is in the water, it's time to circle back and check the first, where something's already on.
So this is a blacktip shark, and they're one of the more common species along the coast of Florida, and these are snacks for great hammerheads.
Catching the hammerhead's prey is a good sign for the mission.
There you go. Pick it. Oh, there you go.
And away.
The next hook looks more promising.
Yeah, it's dragging it.
I saw the buoy actually made a splash.
Yeah, this is not nurse shark, not blacktip. Yes, hammerhead!
Woo! Woo! That's a big one!
2 of them, there's another one right here.
What?
You got 2 hammerheads.
The second hammer is free swimming, analyzing the situation. Hammerheads are known to eat their own when the opportunity arises.
We might have a predation about to happen.
They need to secure the hooked shark as quickly as possible. But there's another problem.
I tried to pull on that, but there's no give.
We've got a hammerhead here wrapped up in a crab pot.
Until they untangle it, the hammerhead is a sitting duck. And the second hammerhead circles, closer and closer.
Okay, you gotta go to the right. You gotta get reversed.
Port side.
We gotta get him away from that other shark.
I know. Ah! Look out, look out, look out, look out!
How about we swing it out?
The team struggles to untangle the line before the great hammerhead becomes shark bait.
Forward. Let go, let go, let go. Yes! Free!
Ah.
Nice job.
Yeah.
Okay, we just have the shark now.
Holy cow.
That is a big animal. Well, we got a really nice 10-foot plus great hammerhead. We have another slightly smaller one around. This is the exact size we want for this tag. Oh, beautiful. I don't see the other one now.
We probably spooked the other one off.
But the battle to subdue the shark is only beginning.
You know, the hairs on your skin start to stand up a little bit. Once you get what you want to keep it.
Look out, look out, look out. Don't try this at home, kids.
Definitely female. Hello, gorgeous.
Val attempts to secure the shark's powerful tail.
Get it?
No, couldn't get that lower lobe. It was close.
Handling a shark this big is proving difficult without the help of their teammate, Aaron.
You're gonna lose the top lobe. Ow. Ah. We're gonna lose this shark.
Okay.
Ah.
The urgency is compounded by the fact that great hammerheads are fragile.
There's theories that they fight an awful lot when they're on a hook, and they overexert themselves and they run out of energy very quickly.
It's wearing us out, it's wearing her out, and we want this animal to survive.
Lay it, slow, slow.
The shark zooms around to the other side of the boat, trying to throw the hook.
Jack, can you come back?
Yeah. Okay, what do you want me to do?
I want you to get the dorsal. Let's clamp this thing on and get it. Otherwise, we are gonna lose this animal.
Finally, the tail rope is secured.
On!
Put the tag on. Get as far as you can. Excellent.
I was very focused on the tail, and then I looked up and I saw that the tag was on.
Good, let's get a quick measurement and go. Fast, 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 fast.
345.
The hook is bent and out. You gotta get that tail rope up fast. Good swim.
Woo!
The biologging tag will capture 3D data, providing valuable insight into how great hammerheads move through the water, and help the team see how these giants stack up against bull sharks. With the tag finally recovered and a clean bill of health, Aaron's back on board to walk Mike through the hammerhead data.
She can build a computer model so we can see not just how it navigates and where it went, but maybe how it's attacking its prey.
This is when the hammerhead is released. We start at the surface and then just go straight down. And then we can actually see how the animal starts to move around.
The shark heads down to a depth of about 40 feet. It swims away from the boat in sweeping lateral movements.
Here, we see that this shark is kind of meandering down a little bit slower in this kind of mid-range, and then there's a really quick turnaround.
It cuts through the water with its hydrodynamic head, making several tight, very rapid turns.
And then there's a really quick bolt up to the surface, almost a vertical line.
There's probably a reason for that, because why else would you burn that energy if you didn't have to?
We can say, okay, using the mathematical models, actually how many calories would a shark need to consume to sustain that sort of movement pattern?
If you need a lot of energy, you got to eat that bigger prey that gets you more energy, like other sharks.
Aaron's tags are only beginning to reveal the secret abilities of the great hammerhead. When it tilts its head, the hydrodynamic potential of the great hammerhead cephalofoil is unleashed, allowing the shark to move and turn with rapid precision. And this makes hammerheads more nimble and agile than other sharks, including bulls.
You look, you combine the speed, the size, and maneuverability. I mean, that's an impressive predator. Bull shark versus hammerhead, who wins?
I vote hammerhead.
1 for Team Hammerhead.
The awesome power of the great hammerhead is coming into focus. But Mike and the team are no closer to understanding why the hammerhead was attacked by bull sharks at Boca Grande. The team has proven that great hammerheads are formidable opponents. But what about the other contender in the battle?
Now it's time to investigate the other species in this matchup, bull sharks.
Maxing out at around 10 feet, the bull shark is smaller than the great hammerhead. But what it lacks in size, it makes up for elsewhere. It's thick, with a broad head and big mouth, built for taking out large prey. The bull shark is super adaptable and has a reputation for being aggressive.
Seeing that video really shows us that bull sharks might attack great hammerheads and kill them. But the question is this a common event that's happening more often when they're out there coming into contact?
To dig deeper into the bull shark component of this matchup, Mike enlists Dr. Yannis Papastamitou.
Yanni is one of the top shark scientists in the world and has helped develop new technologies to get more insights into their behavior. For this project, we're gonna try something that's never been done before. We want to put a camera on the back of a bull shark, and until now, that's only been done with sharks that have been caught, and that might really change the behavior of the shark. So we're gonna go out there and try to put a camera on a bull shark without catching it.
Along the southeast coast of Florida, there's a thin band of warm, shallow water. It creates a shark superhighway, bringing all sorts of species in contact with one another, including lots of bull sharks.
I'm really hopeful we'll get this tag on, but I'm also a little bit nervous because it's going to be somewhat challenging to get a tag on a free-swimming bull shark in blue water in a current. I'm hopeful, but it's going to require a well-behaved shark. And I also hope she won't bite me.
We're heading about 4 miles offshore, and that's where we should be able to find bull sharks.
We should get about 10 hours of video footage.
Then that dissolves in a couple days. There's nothing left on it.
So within a week, there'll be nothing on the shark's fin at all.
To keep the shark at arm's length, they'll use a spring-loaded pole to snap the tag on the shark's fin.
Okay, so that's now primed.
Right.
If you now click the small trigger.
Watch your fingers.
Yep.
1, 2, 3.
And that'll pop.
Yep.
We just need one to behave the right way, and we'll get it on.
If we pull this off, it'll be a world first.
No pressure.
No one's ever done it. There's no pressure. Just go do it.
If bull sharks are hunting hammerheads more commonly than thought, this camera could pick up hard evidence. To bring a bull shark in and keep it close enough for a tag deployment, bait is needed. It injects a constant scent trail into the current, drawing a road map directly to the divers. It's a silky shark. She makes tight circles, sniffing out the food and sizing up the human competition. Silky sharks are a bold species that spend a lot of time in the open ocean, where food is scarce. The bait is working, but it's not the species they're after.
Silky sharks don't really have a sense of personal space, especially if you have a camera in your hand.
Then, as quickly as they came, the silkies disappear.
There! We got a bull!
The bull shark zeroes in on the bait. It's a big female. In order to tag a free-swimming bull, they'll need the most bold and inquisitive shark they can find. Experts generally agree that bulls are one of the most dangerous shark species. Most bull-shark-human interactions take place in murky water, where biting is the only way to identify possible prey. In clear, open water, the team and the bull shark can see one another and maintain healthy boundaries. She's a good candidate for the camera tag.
We got the bull sharks we wanted. If this goes well, a shark's gonna swim away with the camera on it, and we will be done.
With daylight fading, the team has limited time to pull this off. It's a deployment that's never been done before. The big female comes in closer. She's curious, confident, the perfect shark. Giannis readies the trigger. He needs to slip the opening of the clamp over the dorsal fin of the shark. It's a game of inches. One miss and the shark will be spooked. Clamping the tag on a free-swimming bull shark is a cat-and-mouse game. Every time he gets close, the bull changes direction. Success. In a first for science, the bull shark swims off, unfazed by its new bling.
So tag is on an animal. First part is done. She's the perfect size. She came in close, I took my shot, and it worked. In the end, she responded perfectly. Didn't seem to bother her much at all, and she just slowly swam off.
Camera on. Everybody's okay. Yep. Now one more step. Get camera back.
Getting the camera back.
The tag will remain on the shark for 2 days. Tracking one bull will allow the team to see everything from the shark's point of view. But camera tags only tell one part of the story. To see if hammerheads are on the bull shark menu, like in the video, the team has to take a cloacal swab, otherwise known as a fecal sample.
One of the most important things we need to know about predators is what they eat. Usually that's been figured out by looking at the stomachs of dead sharks. It turns out if you just get a little swab and collect shark poop, you can run that through a DNA test and see what had been in its stomach. These cloacal swabs are going to help us figure out if these bull sharks are eating a lot of other sharks and may even go after great hammerheads.
The next morning, Mike and PhD student Devon Strickland head offshore to swab bull sharks. Devon is part of the next generation of marine biologists trying to unravel the mystery of how sharks interact with one another.
He also happens to be a co-captain of FIU's football team.
With football being a game of inches, how that's translating to even shark work is you got to make sure you know your role, because there's so many things that could go wrong. You got to be able to work as a team.
He also is a pretty good person to have on the boat when we're handling big sharks and you need those long arms. If I'm trying to get it. Oh my gosh, the visibility here is insane.
They set their lines just at the edge of deep water.
So we are right where we'd expect to find bull sharks, the perfect depth range. So that's why we're just gonna drift along here with the bait. Thought I saw a shadow there. Oh, there's a shark right there.
It's an 8 to 9 foot bull shark.
Let him take it, let him take it.
Yep.
There's two of them.
Okay, that should help.
The larger shark makes the first move.
There, it's right next to the bait. It's taking a look at it. Take it, take it, take it. Oh, yep, it took it. Okay, get ready, watch your feet. Okay, I think we're in business. Careful, careful. Yep, slow. And heads up. Clear, clear, clear. That is a big bull shark. Neutral. Heads up. Oh!
There you go. Bit the line. So close, but yet so far.
Bummer.
The shark actually bit through the mono. She was fresh, so she was really strong. So we'd gotten her up to the surface, but she had the mono in her mouth. That tooth just sliced through it. That's the way it goes.
It's not long before they have another curious shark.
Shark!
A big female.
Back up! Back up! Back up!
Get him!
Okay, pull the line.
Nice! Yes!
Good.
Okay. Woo! Good job.
The team makes sure she is calm and getting water through her gills.
This is perfect.
Then they take a measurement.
187.
Yep. It probably outweighs you by 100 pounds. Oh.
And this fish is longer than I am tall.
Okay.
All right.
So what we need to do is get her upside down. We're gonna do this cloacal swab, so we need to try and keep it out of the water.
Flipping the shark on its back puts it into tonic immobility, a relaxed, trance-like state that helps keep everyone safe during workups. They'll send the swab off to be analyzed for hammerhead DNA. While they have the shark, they will also implant a permanent tracking transmitter in her belly.
Right there.
Yeah, that's fine.
The shark will now alert the team anytime it passes a receiver in a network along the coast of Florida and beyond.
We can follow them for years. So using the transmitters, video cameras, and the DNA techniques, we can start to piece together a much better picture of bull shark life in general.
The acoustic tags can help the team see where and when bull sharks may overlap with great hammerhead habitat. It could also reveal whether bull sharks are gathering in groups.
Okay, it's in.
All that's left is to suture the wound and release the shark. Everything's in place.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
It's out. Nice!
The team is confident if these bulls are hunting hammerheads, evidence will be with them soon. 2 days later, the bull shark's fin cam surfaces.
It did pop off about 6 miles offshore, but then we had a pretty strong current, so it was very rapidly moving offshore.
When they finally catch up to it, it's in deep water, way out in the Gulf Stream.
I was really, really happy when that tag was in my hands.
Back at the lab, the team discovers the tag captured hours of video.
Just the first time that one of these camera tags has been put on a free-swimming bull shark, so I'm really excited to see what the tag is going to show.
The shark swims away as if nothing happened. It's proof their tagging technique is minimally stressful to the animal. It cruises alone for hours. Then,
so there's another shark came right over it. There's another one. Well, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
It's a gang of bull sharks.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, that's right on top of each other. There's a lot of sharks here.
One there.
There's another one there.
Look at that.
It's just bull sharks all over the place. I mean, we're seeing at least 6, 7, 8 individuals in frame. Camera's only pointing forwards. It tells us nothing about on the sides or behind. So whatever number we calculate, the group size will be larger.
And these are big animals.
I have no idea what is going on here. I mean, a lot of this is just an unknown. You know, why are all these sharks hanging out in these regions?
The footage didn't show any interactions with great hammerheads, but it has confirmed a remarkable social life between bull sharks.
Are they feeding in groups? Maybe these bull sharks are actually maintaining relationships with other sharks or working together when they're hunting.
And the results from the cloacal swabs also arrived.
It turns out that these bull sharks were eating other sharks. We didn't get any great hammerheads, but it does show that these bull sharks are eating big prey, and it's plausible that they could go after other larger sharks.
Scientists already know that sharks are hesitant to take on the risk of a one-on-one fight with an equal. It's possible the video evidence points towards something scientists haven't considered before: multiple sharks using their collective strength to take down another apex predator. In order to see whether this dynamic exists between multiple bulls and hammerheads, Mike jumps into the ring himself. The Bahamian islands of Bimini are only 50 miles east of Florida, but worlds away in terms of shark activity. Bulls regularly patrol these waters, and great hammerheads visit in the winter. It's a prime location to observe them up close.
That water is crystal clear, and so you can actually get in the water with the great hammerheads in a way that you couldn't in Boca Grande. It's also an area where both of them are coming into at least some semblance of proximity, but are they actually battling it out? Or do they give each other space?
It's the ideal spot to witness these two predators coming head to head. Local scientist Candace Fields will lead this leg of the expedition.
I'm from Nassau, Bahamas, so Bimini is an absolutely amazing place for great hammerhead sharks, mainly because of the fact that there's so much prey available for these guys.
Candace brings Mike to a dive site known for hammerhead aggregations. But the occasional bull shows up here too. When they arrive, a swarm of nurse sharks is already on patrol.
We're really interested to see if like one bull shark comes in or if maybe a group shows up, because it's sure seeming like bull sharks may not be as solitary as we used to think.
Hopefully we'll see both hammerheads and maybe bull sharks. So I'm just super pumped to get in the water and just see what we got.
They don't have to wait long.
Got one?
Yeah.
Oh, yep, hammer. Time to get geared up.
The team drops to the bottom and camps out next to the chum crate. It's not long before the great hammerhead comes in to investigate. It's a 9-foot male. His body posture is relaxed as he circles closer. They watch the great hammerhead make sharp, agile turns. Just like what Erin is seeing in her data. Then, a second hammerhead enters. A female, about the same size as the male. She's no threat to the other shark. They're solitary individuals, here investigating the bait.
Candace and I can see that maneuverability they have, how they're able to move up and down, and also how they interact with one another.
Both hammerheads look strong and healthy.
It's really awe-inspiring to be so close to such big animals.
Then, shadows appear from the surface. Bull sharks. They glide in to survey the scene below. 3 of them. A potential gang.
Here's our opportunity to see how these sharks interact when they get together.
The bulls descend, swimming a wide, careful arc around the 2 hammerheads. They size each other up, pushing in closer. The bulls are smaller, but they have numbers. A challenge over bait could happen at any second. Then they move in to investigate the humans.
They seem to be a little less focused on what's going on kind of out front of us and more, how do I get close when you don't see me?
The hammerheads are dominant, showing no sign of fear. The body language of the bulls is relaxed and confident. It's a bull versus hammerhead standoff. Suddenly, a game changer appears on the horizon.
That hammerhead is massive.
The new hammerhead on the scene dwarfs the other sharks. It's a 13-foot female. Now, it's a 3-on-3 showdown between bull sharks and hammerheads. The imposing shark works her way to the center of the group.
She is massive.
She's about the same size as the hammerhead attacked in Boca Grande Pass.
That's insane!
But this super predator brings a completely different power dynamic to the face-off.
It felt as though she was running the show. She was making much closer passes to us than the other sharks were, perhaps because she feels far less threatened by us as potential predators.
The bull sharks circle, sizing her up. The hammerhead makes quick turns, possibly bracing for a 3-on-1 fight.
You can practically feel the tension growing in this gathering.
The bull sharks take turns coming in. Closer and closer. The 13-foot great hammerhead stands her ground. The bull flinches first. As the hammerhead approaches, the bull gets a sense of her true size and retreats.
Things underwater kind of changed. The dynamic changed a bit. So it was really cool to see that she kind of made everybody else clear out a little bit.
The team has now seen firsthand the power and dominance a giant great hammerhead has over bull sharks.
bull shark kind of gave way first. They both turned, but it's like that bull shark was kind of, you could have this swim lane first.
And like most people think that all sharks are at the top of the food chain, but that's obviously not the case, right?
Yeah, you can really see the difference in maneuverability, though. Those bull sharks are like a tank trying to get turned around, and the hammerheads just spin on a dime.
Absolutely. And I mean, maybe that's another reason why the bulls aren't coming in as much. You know, the hammerheads have so much body and so much capacity to move around, whereas the bulls don't.
That's just what we were looking for, an opportunity to see these two big predators together. But it doesn't mean when they get together, it's gonna be one eating the other. Might actually take special situations for bull sharks to go after hammerheads or vice versa.
After bearing witness to the head-to-head showdown, Mike believes there's an answer to which shark would come out on top.
Based on what we've seen, I think if it actually came down to a battle and you had a bull shark and a great hammerhead, the great hammerhead's gonna come out on top. They are bigger, they are fast, they are maneuverable.
So how did the hammerhead become a victim in Boca Grande? Back in Florida, Mike sits down with a video one more time. Instead of focusing on the aggressive behavior of the bull sharks, he takes a closer look at the hammerhead.
The thing that I notice is that the hammerhead's not really swimming quite right. Think about that 3D track from Aaron. Those sharks are able to turn on a dime.
Unlike the giant great hammerhead in Bimini, when faced with a threat, this shark swims stiffly in a straight line.
I would have expected it to be accelerating rapidly, turning quickly, or even turning the tables, because that hammerhead was bigger than the biggest bull shark that's there. That suggests to me that that was a hammerhead that was in trouble.
The great hammerhead may have been injured before the attack. It was the height of tarpon season. It's possible the hammerhead was hit by a boat or accidentally hooked on a fishing line while pursuing a tarpon. It's likely the bulls sensed that it was compromised and went in for the attack.
And the bull sharks were then able to just follow it and wait for the hammerhead to be too exhausted or injured to fight back, and then they finished it off. This video is amazing, but probably the exception to the rule. In the end, bull sharks and great hammerheads are both amazing top predators in their own right. But when it comes to bull shark versus great hammerhead, they probably don't go after one another unless the scales are really unbalanced. But if a great hammerhead or a bull shark's in trouble, they can become dinner.
Two apex predators dominate the ocean. The great white shark, a lone hunter, and the orca, known as the killer whale. Both sit atop the oceanic food chain. So when orca begin to hunt great white sharks in South Africa, it's big news. Experts want to know, will it happen again? And if so, where? It's happened before. Orca have hunted and killed great white sharks. One of the first reported cases off the coast of California in 1997. And again in 2017 off South Africa. 5 dead white sharks washed ashore. Shark scientists wondered why orca would hunt dangerous prey like a white shark. With attacks happening in oceans around the world, experts are looking for similarities and patterns and what the effect would be on the marine ecosystem. Particularly in New Zealand.
When the orca started to kill the great white sharks in South Africa, the rest of the sharks actually disappeared and haven't come back for years. If that happened in New Zealand, not only would we lose this population of great whites that we've learned so much about, but it would also be disastrous for this ecosystem to lose an apex predator like that.
There are several theories about exactly why the sharks vanished. But the coincidence of the orca attacks and the disappearance of the sharks is hard to ignore. And there's a lot at stake, including the health of the marine ecosystem. New Zealand has a local orca population of between 150 and 200, while the white shark aggregation is one of the largest in the world, estimated to be over 5,000. If the orca begin to go after white sharks here, they have plenty to choose from. New Zealanders Kinna Scalé and Dr. Ingrid Visser are investigating. Orca could be hunting great white sharks already, but no white sharks have washed up on New Zealand beaches. So they're searching for other signs of orca predation. Any strange behavior, wounds from an encounter, anything that points to orca hunting white sharks.
I'm coming down the port side. Roger. Really is interesting, Ingrid. What do you think?
Local great whites are in New Zealand waters from December to June, when many will leave on their annual 2,000-mile migration to the coast of Australia and the tropical Pacific. Local orca, on the other hand, remain in New Zealand waters all year round, roaming the coastline in search of prey. Ingrid is New Zealand's top orca specialist, but today is her first dive with great white sharks.
I'm pretty stoked to get you in the cage with my favourite population of great white sharks of the world. I have to admit I'm pretty buzzed about it myself, that's for sure. Well, what do you think? It's pretty amazing for them to see New Zealand sharks this close. I really expected to be quite scared, but in the safety of the cage here, it's quite impressive to just watch them doing their great white shark thing, right? Well, back up on us. There's specialty.
Great white sharks in this area are curious and aggressive, which makes them dangerous. Orca and white sharks have shared the top of the ocean food chain for millions of years. So why would orca attack great whites like these now?
Even though orca are the largest of the dolphin family and they can be friendly, we still have to consider that they are one of the top predators of the ocean.
Ingrid's research tracks the 200 or so orca living in New Zealand's waters.
Yeah, I know, big guy, hang in there. The exciting thing about this adventure for me is that we've got two top predators and we don't really know what's happening between them.
Orca and white sharks are the top two ocean predators, yet they're fundamentally different. Orca are air-breathing mammals. White sharks are water-breathing fish. Orcas live in pods of up to 40, made up of individual family units that remain together for life and hunt cooperatively. Some new research suggests white sharks may occasionally hunt in groups, but they tend to hunt alone. The largest great white ever recorded measured over 20 feet and weighed 5,000 pounds. Small for an orca. killer whales can grow to 30 feet or more and weigh as much as 20,000 pounds. But as different as they are, orca and great whites are both sophisticated, tough, and hungry predators. Kinna and Ingrid dive again and again, searching for evidence.
Well, it was a pretty amazing interaction. Those two sharks actually physically bumped into each other. Nobody wanted to back down, and they were leading a pectoral fin onto pectoral fin. That's quite a sight. I think this was more of a, get out of my territory interaction. I don't doubt that if the orca were going to take on one of these great white sharks, they'd be thinking very carefully about it before they did it. It wouldn't be a mistake, and it wouldn't be something that they would take on lightly. And there seems to be a very strong hierarchy going on here. When we see that with orca, it's usually a nice social interaction. Really is an impressive predator-on-predator interaction, that's for sure.
In 2017, a predator-on-predator interaction of another kind took place along the coast of South Africa. 5 dead great white sharks washed up on local beaches. The news is shocking. Scientists conducted an investigation. Of all the evidence collected, it was the bite marks on the shark bodies that revealed the killers. The teeth marks belonged to orca. Stranger still, the killer whales had taken only the shark livers and left the rest of the bodies untouched. This was the first recorded case of orcas killing white sharks in South Africa. Shark and orca scientists wondered when and where it might happen again.
We can't rule out that the orca here in New Zealand could hunt great white sharks in exactly the same way.
The Foveaux Strait sits at the southern end of New Zealand, over 6,000 miles to the east of South Africa. Both regions have large populations of great whites and roaming pods of orca, a combination that resulted in a fatal confrontation in South Africa. And if white sharks and orca ever cross paths in New Zealand, this is where it could happen, in the Foveaux Strait.
We've got a couple of good players here. There's 2 sharks that are pretty boisterous. Pretty cool.
Large, boisterous, and aggressive great white sharks. What possible motive could an orca have for attacking a great white? There isn't a clear answer, but to Ingrid, it makes some sense.
Typically in New Zealand, the orca are not just targeting prey to take the whole thing. They're focused on particular parts of them, and that's the liver.
When the South African orcas killed the great whites, this is what they did. Hunting for liver with great precision. Liver is a prize for any predator. To hunt, mate, and migrate thousands of miles takes energy. liver is pure fuel. So when they hunt, they're filling the tank. New Zealand orca feed on the 25 species of rays and skates that swim in local waters. The preference for rays is unique to orca in New Zealand. But recently, local orca have acquired a taste for shark liver from a smaller cousin of the great white, the seven-gill. And evidence suggests South African orca started on seven-gill sharks and graduated to great whites. Ingrid Visser and Kenneth Scalay are looking for evidence that orca are hunting great white sharks in New Zealand waters. Ingrid has evidence that there's a disturbing pattern in orca hunting. New Zealand orca are hunting seven-gill sharks, just like the South African orca. Seven-gill sharks grow to 9 feet long and 200 pounds. A much larger meal for an orca than a small ray. But the seven-gill shark is no easy prey.
Seven gills are relatively new on the orca menu, but I've seen it a few times now. You see the orca and they're very, very precise in how they do it. I've got footage of orca with the seven gills where they've ripped the pectoral fin right under the pectoral girdle there and they've extracted the liver. One of the things I find fascinating is how the seven gills will actually turn and defend themselves against the orca. The way the orca hunt the seven gills is pretty impressive. First of all, they'll come in and they'll karate chop the sharks, so they'll just come in and lift their tail up and whack them on the back. Then they grab the sharks by the pectoral fin and rip them open and pull the livers out.
Ingrid captured rare footage of orcas hunting seven gills in northern New Zealand. Their precision in hunting for shark liver is clear.
What's really fascinating is that in South Africa, the orca started by hunting seven gills, and then they moved on to the great white sharks. So, knowing what's gone on in South Africa, what concerns me is exactly the same thing could happen here.
A concentration of seven-gill sharks lives up along the western coast of New Zealand. Kenna has dived with them for years, knows just where they live and how they behave.
Beautiful.
They decide to drop in and see if the seven gills can give them any clues. Fiordland National Park is a vast, remote wilderness on the western shore of New Zealand's South Island. Most areas are accessible only by helicopter or boat.
You know, really, you fly over these mountains and you're in a completely different world, and then under the water, it's completely different again. Different to just about anywhere else you'll dive. Amazing.
These deep fjords are murky, stained with tannins from the ancient forest. It makes the water dark, even in the middle of the day. If orcas came here to hunt seven gills, it's possible no one would ever know.
I actually haven't been in here for about 2 years. Wow. So that's after diving here month in, month out for many years, and I really felt like I knew these seven gills so well. All this talk about orca eating them, I just kind of want to come and have a look.
Yeah, absolutely, Kinner. And I mean, look, that ties in with the sightings that we've had recently of the orca coming down this bit of coastline. So I'd be fascinated to know if they're coming up here to your Seven Gills.
The only place for Kinna and Ingrid to land is on a small fishing trawler in the middle of nowhere.
My little secret spot is only just literally 1 minute's flying time from here.
Right.
So I think it's easiest if I gear up here.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to hop in the helicopter. We'll just buzz around there and bomb in.
Diving without a cage, Kinna will have to be careful of the Seven Gills and keep an eye out for orca. They could be anywhere. Kinnescalay is paying a visit to an aggregation of seven-gill sharks in Fiordland National Park, New Zealand. And knows just where to find them. He's looking for any signs that orca are hunting these seven-gill sharks.
The murky water really works well for these guys. You just can't see them coming. As they're approaching, you can see the white under there. It looks like an evil kind of gopher grin, and then a shark materializes out of the murk.
The seven gills are here, drifting in and out of sight. Checking out the intruder.
Scientists have found remains of really big animals inside them. 3 items as big or bigger than a human. And really, the only way that they can do this is if they're pig hunting. When you see one coming out of the net, you almost know there'll be another one coming from one side. And if you look the other way, there'll be another one sneaking in there too. Oh, and they're relentless. It's good to see that these seagulls are here and up to their usual traits. But, to be honest, there's less than I expected to find on this dive.
Seven gills may be prey for orca, but these sharks are no pushovers.
Oh, this one is business. But it's the ones that sneak up behind that I really have to worry about. Oh, look, this guy. Yeah, these guys are revving up a bit much for me. Oh, I think it's time to get out before they take control of the situation.
That was awesome to go and visit those guys.
Yeah, great jump.
Yeah, cheers, mate. That splash and the noise of the helicopter really has to attract them. And they were straight on top of me when I got in, but not as many as I would have expected to see.
Really? Okay, well that's really interesting because given that we know historically that orca are coming in here, and we've had the reports recently and now you're seeing less sharks in here too. So, you know, it's indicative that something's been going on, right?
Lower seven-gill numbers could mean a few things are going on, including predation by larger predators, like orcas. That would mark a change in their usual diet. Traditionally, New Zealand orca hunt the many species of rays and skates that live in these waters. Like all dolphins, they have a special ability to find them.
Orca hunt using echolocation, which is a series of clicks that they send out that bounce back and give them incredible information. They can tell even if a shark has a full tummy.
It works like sonar. The orca can detect their prey even when it's buried in the sand. But filling up on rays and skates can be hard work and burn a lot of precious energy.
You see them? Look, they're in a really tight group over here, mate.
Many rays are bottom feeders and spend much of their time on or buried in the sandy ocean floor. Orca jaws are not designed to grab them off the bottom. So the orca work together, chasing the rays upward and catching them in the open. But ray hunts don't always go smoothly. Rays often flee to shallower water. Making it dangerous for the orca. There is the risk of a fatal stranding as the tide goes out. And the ray may still escape. When orca hunt rays in New Zealand, their size is not always an advantage. After a lot of work and coordinated effort among several orca, they catch the ray. But it's a tiny payoff for all that effort. And compared with white sharks, rays are a snack. One 700-pound great white shark liver could be equivalent to nearly 175 ray livers. And it's a lot more work to hunt multiple rays. While it is more dangerous to hunt a single great white, it might be worth the risk.
It's really hard not to think when you see animals that big that their liver must be gold to a liver-eating orca.
A great white liver can grow to 25% of the shark's total weight. If a 12-foot great white weighs 1,000 pounds, it may have a liver weighing 250 pounds. A big payoff for the orca. Kinna and Ingrid are off one of the Foveaux Straits' large colonies of seals. Over the summer, the white sharks consume many. Their livers are swollen with seal blubber and oil. Ingrid and Kinna are looking at the length of the sharks to estimate their liver weight.
There's one coming up on the starboard side there. That's coming right in over. How big do you think that one is, Kenneth? That male there is quite a bit smaller, and he's well longer than this changes wide, so probably 3.5 meters. And still 3 or 4 times bigger than any of the semi-guns I saw in the dive the other day.
Great white sharks, as prey for anything, even orca, is hard to fathom. But the orca may see them that way.
All our evidence points to the fact that the New Zealand orca have a very strong culture of hunting sharks. If the rays were removed from the food web here in New Zealand, chances are the orca would shift their food preferences. And they could start targeting great white sharks in earnest.
So far, the supply of rays and skates has been ample. But add warming oceans to natural fluctuations in all animal populations, and it's hard to predict what will happen.
Looks like it's a skull from a horse. For a shark that size, the liver has to be absolutely huge. I think we can pretty accurately say it's 4.2 meters long, or even a little bit bigger. If that weighs, something like 1,200 kilos, 2,500 pounds, that's a mighty feed for a liver-eating orca. I think a shark that size could be a feed for a whole family, mate. Not just one orca. This means better, or the circles that they're making get smaller and smaller. I think you did right, mate. Behind us? Under the boat. Here he comes again, eh?
The half-dozen white sharks swimming by are more than impressive. To an orca, they may represent the food value of 1,000 rays.
There's another huge one. There we go. Yes, that other one we saw earlier was 4.2 meters. I would say that she would have to be well over 4.5 meters, probably close to 15 or 16 feet.
At 16 feet, this one great white shark alone is the equivalent of 200 rays to a hungry orca. It might be a motive for predation.
See the size of a ray liver, which is only just a few pounds, couple of kilos at most, to the size of the liver of these guys. It's no wonder the orca would want to target them.
It's hard not to think an animal as intelligent as the orca, that they're coming through here at the perfect time of year when the livers are fat. They've got to see this as a food source. And even though it's high risk, we've seen in South Africa that they can decide it's worth it. There's such a food source there.
Oh, absolutely.
You've got to wonder whether they're not already onto this. It may have been going on for a long time in New Zealand and we've just never heard about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Ingrid and Kinna have found many similarities between New Zealand and South Africa. In both places, the orca already have a taste for 7-gill sharks. But after the orca killed 5 great whites in South Africa, all the other white sharks disappeared. In New Zealand, all of these sharks are still here and hunting. Then, like a bolt from the blue, Kinna and Ingrid finally see what they've been looking for.
Wow,
Kinna and Ingrid are observing local white shark behavior when a male with a wound catches their eye.
One with those big wide break marks on his dorsal. They didn't look like shark bites. So have a look and see if it's orca bite marks. All right, that's interesting. I'll try to get some close shots of them. We can have a look later on, see if we can figure out what they are. Jump on your left right there, come on. The one with the right gut. This is the guy we want. We just want him to come in a bit closer, eh?
An unusual mark on a white shark's dorsal fin looks like a bite.
He's just swum towards the bow. He's coming down the port side of the boat at the moment. Coming in close now. Wow, those red marks look really distinctive.
What were those rake marks on the fin? That was fascinating. They were quite wide apart and very straight, which is interesting. And those were uniform. That was something new to me.
Yeah, and it looks very similar to what I see in the stingrays when the orca have been biting them. You know, you get these sort of like someone's raked the garden, but it's teeth rake marks. And that's what it looked like to me. Yeah, so let me show you these. This is a picture of a orca's teeth. See how the teeth curve backwards? And so here, this is a close-up of these teeth marks, and this is what I think we saw on that great white shark.
Yeah, amazing.
And when you look at the scale on here,
Same thing fit with what we
matched with
saw
what
on
we
that
saw.
shark.
Yeah. So if I had to put money on it, I'd say that was orca.
Well, I certainly can't think of anything else, and that is pretty phenomenal. This could well be the evidence we're looking for.
The bite marks could be a breakthrough, the first visible sign of orca on white shark predation they've seen. Ingrid and Kinna devise an experiment that will use sound instead of sight.
Orca use a range of different sounds. They use clicks for echolocation. They use whistles and pulsed calls when they're communicating. It's really impressive.
So they'll use recorded whale sounds and observe how the sharks react.
It's a little known fact about great white sharks that they actually have amazing hearing. So I think if the great white sharks react to orca sounds, that might mean that they've met them before. How they react could possibly even tell us whether that experience was hunting or otherwise. So this experiment is going to be very interesting.
They mount an underwater speaker on the dive cage. The plan: play sounds from several other kinds of whales first to try and draw the sharks in.
Oh, that's perfect.
Once white sharks are around the cage, Ingrid will play the sounds of New Zealand orcas hunting.
Done. It will be interesting to see if they are actually scared of orca, if they know what it's like to be scared of something.
Do you copy me, Kinna?
Roger, Ingrid, loud and clear. I guess we're good to go.
Well, look, I'm going to start playing the first set of sounds now. This is the humpback whale calls that you recorded.
Roger, go right ahead.
This is humpback whale song. And possibly a great white dinner bell. White sharks are known to hunt whale calves in the tropical Pacific.
Well,
the circling great whites begin to rush the speaker and the cage.
The sharks are just all over the cage and all over the sides of the speakers. It's hard not to think that they're reacting to that sound, to be honest. We've just got that shark with the two big ring marks on its dorsal fin peeking in. Look at that.
The sharks are clearly responding to the humpback whale sounds. The question is, how will they react to the sound of New Zealand killer whales? Ingrid Visser and Kineskale want to see how great whites react to the sounds of hunting orca. First, as a test, they play humpback whale song. The sharks come straight to the sound. Including the shark with the bite marks on its dorsal fin. They have to wait a few minutes for the sharks to settle down after the humpback reaction.
Now I'm just going to play you the sounds from the orca that eat the salmon. I recorded these guys off North America. Stand by. Can you hear that?
Loud and clear. That's very interesting. To be honest, I can't see much difference in the shark behavior here at all, either. Not much has changed down here.
Yeah, well, I guess that doesn't really surprise me given that these are the fish-eating orca.
The sharks appear unresponsive to the North American orca calls. But these sounds have never been heard before in New Zealand.
Yeah, Kenna, so now I'm going to play you the New Zealand orca. These are probably the ones that the great whites have heard before. Stand by.
The shark's response was clearly to move away from the sound. Ingrid and Kinna observe that the sharks keep the source of the orca sounds in sight, but stay well out of the way.
It is hard to know what's going on, but yeah, interesting.
How was that, mate?
Yeah, well, another awesome dive down here, but interesting. We've only really had a glimpse, eh?
The orca sounds changed the behavior of the white sharks, from fearlessly coming into the sounds of the humpbacks to moving off and keeping their distance when they heard hunting orca. But was this a typical animal reaction to danger?
You know, when you think about the bite marks that we saw that could have been the orca, and you saw the way that the great white sharks, you know, there was a bit of reaction there, but not full on.
Obviously, we'd have to do this a lot of times to be able to say for sure, but maybe actually the sharks aren't so scared of orca.
Well, maybe New Zealand sharks are more exposed to it, like even from when they're little sharks, and so they just become habituated to it.
When orca killed 5 white sharks in South Africa in 2017, many scientists believed it was a first for the region. But is it possible that white sharks have been fending off orca attacks for thousands of years? And what we see are only the most recent incidents in an ancient and ongoing battle.
I guess the big thing for me is, you know, how far are these orca going? And we've got some evidence that suggests that they're at least trying to have a nibble on them. But, you know, I'm curious to know just how far they're taking that.
So far, there have been no reported serial shark attacks in New Zealand. But here, on the far side of the world, the unseen struggle between orca and white shark goes on. In secret, for now.
Sharks, dolphins, an epic war waged beneath the waves.
Got a dolphin in his mouth!
Brain against brawn.
Wait, they're fighting!
Dolphins are very capable predators in their own right.
People forget that killer whales are actually dolphins. I've never, ever seen anything like this before.
Now, for the first time, a chance to see how these gangs of the deep go to war. Can there be a truce, or are these top predators locked in a blood battle? Off Australia, predators stalk their prey. These are called false killer whales, but they're actually dolphins, just supersized. They grow up to 20 feet long and travel in pods of 10 or more. Today, they're on the hunt for shark. The pod gives chase. The shark can't outswim them. The dolphins work as a team, box in the shark, and move in for the kill.
Dolphins are very capable predators in their own right.
Frances Faribault is a shark biologist at Florida International University.
I feel like there's this conception in the general public that dolphins are the heroes and sharks are the antagonists or the villains.
When it comes to the fierce relationship between dolphins and sharks, there's a lot we get wrong and a lot more that we don't even know.
Both of these organisms are predators that are making smart, intelligent decisions about how to survive and how to feed.
Primal decisions that often bring these two top predators into conflict. In some areas, 30% of the dolphin population bear the marks of shark encounters. And that's on the dolphins that survived. But even smaller dolphins aren't defenseless. They wield a powerful arsenal of weapons to combat sharks.
It's a mistake to think of dolphins versus sharks as some kind of mismatched pairing. There are advantages and disadvantages, but they're quite evenly matched.
Frances is on an expedition to gain insight into the battle between sharks and dolphins. She teams up with research specialist Kirk Gastrich on the far side of the world in what might be the bloodiest front in the shark-dolphin war. A place called Shark Bay.
In Shark Bay, we know that there are these interactions between sharks and dolphins. The amount of dolphins with shark-inflicted wounds on them is really, really high here.
We know that around 75% of dolphins here show scars from interactions with sharks.
On the western tip of Australia, Shark Bay is a sprawling natural preserve. 3.2 million acres of pristine marine habitat overflowing with fish and squid. A dolphin paradise. Only one problem.
They call it Shark Bay because this place is just loaded with sharks.
Francis and Kirk have a lot of ground to cover. Their floating laboratory for the next week is the 120-foot ship Infamous.
Straight in here, guys. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Rounding out the expedition team are Ash Sutton, the ship's captain,
If you come looking for sharks, this is the hot spot around here.
and Duncan Brake, an underwater cinematographer who's been filming both sharks and dolphins for 20 years.
Dolphins seem to have a bit of this love-hate relationship with sharks. I don't know, but there definitely seems to be this dichotomous relationship between the two species.
The mission on the expedition? Capture video evidence of shark-dolphin combat. They hope to detail how sharks outsmart one of the most intelligent animals on Earth and find out how dolphins evade one of nature's most efficient killers. To get the footage, the team has custom-built cameras to attach to shark fins.
We know that there are interactions, but we haven't really seen them with our own eyes.
Do the sharks hunt during the day or night? Do they target the sick or injured? All questions the fin cam can help answer. About 5,000 dolphins call these waters home, despite the sharks. They've figured out not just how to survive, but how to thrive.
There are lots of strategies and advantages that dolphins have when they're trying to defend themselves. One of them is that they're very social animals. We know that through research, they tend to hang out in larger groups when they feel they're more vulnerable, like at night and when they're resting.
They also live and work together in pods, a cooperative that not only provides protection, but is an effective means to hunt prey.
They're very fast, they're very strong, and they easily outmaneuver a shark. So it's important not to think of them as some kind of a David versus Goliath. Dolphins are powerful, incredible predators.
Sharks don't play well with others. There are no shark pods. They're solitary hunters. And in this part of the world, the #1 threat to dolphins is the tiger shark.
From a dolphin's perspective, a tiger shark is always a danger because it only takes one slip up for you to be consumed by a shark.
Tiger sharks have earned themselves a nasty reputation.
As an underwater cameraman, you can literally be covered in other shark species, but then that big old tiger shark will roll into town. You are looking at that one big tiger.
Named for their distinctive stripes, these apex predators can top 14 feet, and they have an outsized appetite to match. Unlike white sharks, which use their immense power and speed to take down seals and dolphins, tigers are all about a casual kill.
I think tiger sharks are going to sneak up on something and grab it instead of actually having to chase it around all over the ocean.
Video footage of tiger sharks fighting dolphins is extremely rare and extremely hard to capture. But if the team can get it, the footage could unlock the secrets of this unseen war. The first step is to find the sharks. The team uses a baited remote underwater video, or BRUV.
With BRUVs, I drop a frame with a camera and some bait down to the bottom of the ocean. I pull that back up, and then I watch the video through to see what showed up. Make sure that that bait arm is pointing down currents, and just make sure it's...
Strong currents can easily topple the BRUV, so Duncan will check it out on the bottom.
The visibility here is absolutely terrible. It's a little bit spooky thinking that some of those big tiger sharks could be down here with us. Yeah, we wouldn't see it, so it was right on top of us.
Sharks can easily detect prey through clouds of muck.
Sharks sort of have a sixth sense. They can sort of electro-recept. So they have these little organs towards the front of their noses that are called ampullae of Lorenzini that kind of detect little electrical currents. And so they're not relying necessarily exclusively on sight to hunt.
Oh, there's a big remora here. There's a big remora.
Remoras are fish that cling to sharks. They swim alongside and feed on the host's scraps.
Large remora, maybe a large shark nearby.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned seeing this massive remora here. Where's the shark that this animal belongs on?
A large remora could mean that a very large shark is closing in.
I didn't read that. Can you say again? Duncan, test. Can you hear me?
See that? Can hear you loud and clear, over.
Excellent.
The bruv is rolling. They'll leave it for a day and then find out if they're in the right spot for sharks.
With this visibility, it's probably time to get out of the water and let the bruv do its work, I think.
Stories abound of sharks sneaking up on swimmers and dolphins zooming to the rescue. In 2018, off the coast of Australia, a snorkeler diving with a pod of dolphins suddenly spots a Galapagos shark. These large predators are known to take down seals and sea lions. Before long, more sharks appear, and they're getting closer. But he hardly believes what happens next. A pair of dolphins charge and scatter the threatening sharks. A dolphin pod has safety in numbers. When the matchup is one-on-one, it's usually a different story.
He's got a dolphin in his mouth.
Recently, 2 Australian oystermen capture this savage struggle up close.
I've never ever seen anything like this before, only on TV, and even then it's rare. We were going about 8 kilometres out. We were probably halfway there when off in the distance we noticed a fin, which we assumed straight away would be a dolphin.
A dolphin? It's a dolphin?
Right, here, hold my phone.
And once we realised the size of it, there's no curve in the back of it, we realised that it was not a dolphin.
This was much bigger than a dolphin fin, much, much bigger.
Circling it.
Looked like a shark.
The shark we knew straight away was a great white shark. It would have been approximately 10 to 12 foot, rather large.
He's coming this way, he's coming this way. Yeah, he's coming right to us. He's got a dolphin in his mouth. He just swam straight past us with a dolphin in his mouth.
This shit you see on Nat Geo Wild.
But then, things get wilder.
So we'd been watching the shark for a while, and I was carefully following the shark as it was swimming away with the dolphin when all of a sudden, out of nowhere...
Oh my God, another one!
Wait!
Oh! Oh! Oh my God, another one!
Wait!
Oh! Oh!
He's got a dolphin in his mouth!
Sharks and dolphins. This vicious rivalry has been raging for millions of years. 2 Australian oystermen get a first-hand look at the aftermath of a battle.
Oh my God, another one!
Oi, massive one!
Oh! Oh! Look at it! Oh, they just come out from underneath the boat.
The moment I saw the second shark, adrenaline started pumping through my veins. I didn't know what just happened.
Oh, that scared the out of me.
The second shark was bigger than the first. It would have been 12 to 14 foot probably, but it was definitely bigger.
It was huge.
Wait, they're fighting! Oh! He just stole that dolphin! Where pointers? He just stole the dolphin! Oh, he's massive! Oh, look at the size of the thing!
A dolphin is worth fighting over.
We do know that if shark gets the opportunity to eat a dolphin, they absolutely will. And in fact, it's a really prized food source. Like many marine mammals, dolphins have all this blubber, so that's a good nutritious meal.
From the injuries, it's clear the dolphin was initially attacked from behind and below.
He just swam straight past us with the dolphin in his mouth.
How did the shark get past this dolphin's defenses?
Dolphins are really quite zippy. They can outmaneuver a shark fairly easily, especially if they're in deeper or open water spaces.
To understand how sharks catch these slippery creatures, the team heads to a beach that offers a unique look at Shark Bay's dolphins.
So we're right now at Monkey Maya in Shark Bay. There has been 20 years of really incredible ecological and biological research on the interactions between sharks and dolphins.
Dolphins were first drawn here in the 1960s by fishermen sharing their catch. Today, the site is regulated by the Parks and Wildlife Service.
We have some friendly dolphins that come here very regularly, and we get to see them up close and personal, which is really special.
No need for a baited underwater camera. Here, dolphins come to you, and they're covered in scars.
So this individual that's just approaching us just now is called Piccolo, and you can see on her dorsal and on her back she's got scars from encounters with sharks. Dolphins make this trade-off. A lot of the food that they want most and the easy fishing grounds, the yummy fish, occur around shallow seagrass beds. Unfortunately, that's also where tiger sharks preferentially like to hunt.
To protect themselves, dolphins have a secret weapon, echolocation. They can send out a beam of sound from a fatty part of their head called the melon. The sound beam bounces back and forms a mental image in the dolphin's brain of the world around them.
Echolocation is a way that dolphins have to see in dark and low-lit environments. Basically, it's like radar or sonar.
But there are limits to this superpower.
So it works kind of like wide beams on a flashlight. They can only see kind of directly ahead of them or to the sides. So if they get attacked from the back or from underneath, they probably won't see the predator coming.
Dolphins have a blind spot, and sharks know it.
He's got a dolphin in his mouth.
Great whites use their massive power to charge from beneath in a breach attack.
White sharks you would consider more of an ambush predator.
It's probably the shark that you don't see that you worry about, because a lot of white sharks rely on surprise. They're stealth predators.
It's easy to sneak up on a lone dolphin, but the safety of the pod can stop an ambush, even from a great white. A white shark swims with a group of dolphins. The ocean-going mammals show no concern for the killer in their midst. Their ability to communicate and spot their stalker gives the shark no chance at an attack. The team heads out to search for more scarring and more signs of shark-dolphin battles.
Get to our port now, just a little bit. 10, 11 o'clock, maybe 100 meters out.
So we've got one dolphin up here. Appears just to be logging or just resting at the surface.
It definitely has scars.
That's the thing about dolphins, though. They don't want to stick around. They don't.
It's a perfect display of another dolphin defensive weapon, speed. They can reach up to 22 miles per hour. A simple flick of the tail, and they leave a trail of bubbles, able to outswim most predators, including sharks. But there's a shark that's even faster. The mako.
Mako sharks are one of the fastest fish in the sea, and compared to other sharks, their speed and agility cannot compare.
Mako sharks are torpedoes with teeth, blasting up to 45 miles per hour, twice as fast as dolphins.
Shark, right here.
Near Maui, Hawaii, Captain Steve Lawless captures a mako and dolphin encounter off his snorkel boat.
He's got the dolphin in his mouth.
The mako has the dolphin by the tail, a sure sign that the shark outswam its panicked prey.
Has he swallowed the dolphin, or is the dolphin hanging down the side?
I think a dolphin could quite easily outmaneuver a tiger shark. However, if we brought a mako shark to the table, not a chance.
This is crazy.
Luckily for the dolphins of Shark Bay, there aren't many makos here. But there are tigers, and the team wants to know if they're in the right place to capture one. Step 1, retrieve the bruv.
How'd you guys do?
Everything back in one piece?
Everything's back in one piece.
I can't wait to see what was down there with that remora.
Is the footage binge-worthy? Success. Tigers on camera. The team is in the right spot.
We know from BRUVs that this is an area that has a lot of tiger sharks in many different habitats. What we don't have evidence of on these BRUVs is exactly what the sharks are eating.
To really understand the shark-dolphin relationship, Francis wants to capture a shark's eye view of Shark Bay.
So basically what this is it's our fin camera. What happens is we'll slot this over the fin of the tiger shark and we'll send it on its merry way.
All right, good to go?
Good to go.
Okay, got that?
They set up a series of baited hooks called a drum line.
Ready to go.
All right, going over. All right, we're on bottom.
One down.
One down, 4 to go.
All right, let's get the next one set.
They check the lines every 30 minutes to ensure no shark is harmed.
Got a shark on the line.
Just want to see what we got. Coming up. Hook good. Coming under, coming under.
All right, ready to go on that.
Okay, I'm 0.
0.
Watch it, Francis, watch it. Losing the head here.
There's a primal conflict down in the deep. Dolphins and sharks.
Shark!
Oh, he's massive! Oh my God! Left one! Oh.
Okay, I'm 0.
0.
Watch it, Francis, watch it. Losing the head here.
Oh!
Shark researchers Francis Faribaugh, Kirk Gastrich, and cameraman Duncan Brake are at one of the fiercest battlegrounds in this ferocious struggle, Shark Bay, Australia.
Many of the dolphins that we have seen have shown lots of evidence of encounters with sharks, very specific scarring and bite marks. So we know that these interactions are occurring.
Their mission, capture direct evidence of these battles and observe offense and defense in action. Which strategies work? Which don't?
He's got a dolphin in his mouth!
To do it, they want to catch the region's supreme predator, the tiger shark, and stick a camera on its fin.
Pretty shark, hook good.
They have their shark, but
it's a bronzy.
That moment when you're waiting for those stripes to appear on the back of the shark, and then you see a flash of bronze instead. Yeah, it's almost heartbreaking. You've got a shark, it's just not the right one.
Bronze whalers are relatives of tiger sharks, but they're not known for attacking dolphins.
We'll get the bolt cutters ready, Francis.
Yep.
The team decides to hang on to their fin cam and keep searching for a tiger.
Nice.
Okay, it's gone. We just released it straight away, and it was a really beautiful release.
Right back to square one.
Of nearly 500 species of sharks, only about 10 target dolphins as prey. The usual suspects top the list: the tiger, great white, and hammerhead. They mostly eat stingrays, but a hammerhead will hunt down a dolphin given the chance.
Look at that shark, dude! I got him, man. I got it all right here. Holy.
The notorious bull shark, a known man-eater, makes the list.
Bull sharks are very bold and brash, kind of bowl those other sharks out of the way sometimes just to find out where the food is.
Every species of shark is going to have different hunting modes, different strategies, different sort of niches that they fill.
But when it comes to hunting dolphins, each of these different species share a common trait. Size matters.
Oi, massive one! Look at the size of the thing!
To get past a dolphin's defenses, the rule seems to be a shark needs to be as big or bigger. But there are exceptions to every rule. Off the Florida coast, A young black-tip shark is in pursuit of a bottlenose dolphin, more than twice his size.
Yeah, black-tip sharks, every time I've been in the water with them, they always behave erratically. They're like little kids on a sugar rush, kind of bouncing around. They don't really care about where you are. They just want the cheeky free snack.
The shark's running a risk. His snack could attack. The shark comes to his senses and backs off. The team hopes to film their own dolphin and shark face-off with a fin cam.
All right, one more.
So we just finished checking the lines. We rebaited everything. We've got some fresh meat on there for the shark.
I think we actually got a shark on the line.
As we were going around, we noticed that both of the buoys were underwater. Watch your feet, watch your feet, watch your feet. So, like, for it to pull both those buoys down, it was going to be a huge animal.
All right, coming up now. It's coming up?
Yep, here he's coming up.
All right, hold on.
It's a tiger.
All right, got a bruiser of a tiger.
I jumped in the water. The water around here is a little bit murky, so we couldn't really tell how big she was until we jumped in there.
Ah, this is a big one. Big female.
It's huge.
I've filmed tiger sharks all around the world. However, jumping in the water here in Shark Bay with these just huge, just off the chart, ginormous mama bust tiger sharks just blew my mind. And it almost made some of the other sharks that I've been in the water look like tadpoles.
Such a massive animal demands extreme caution.
Our first priority is the safety of everyone involved, the safety of the animal, and then getting good science.
Shark secured. But there's a problem.
All right, this hook's straightening out, so just be careful.
A steel hook is the only thing keeping this powerful shark safely in place. And she's bending it.
That's straightening.
If she straightens it much more, this massive beast will break loose.
Yeah, you are big, I know.
Francis and Kirk have a decision to make.
We can let her go, or we can try to do a workup, hope this hook doesn't straighten fully, and we lose her before we get the camera on.
All right, ready to go on that?
All right, Ash, you can come on over here.
They decide to go for it.
Come on up, Ash. We can probably get a tail on her now. Got it. We got a line on the tail anyway. Yeah. Once we lose control of the head, though, we're
Keeping control of the shark's head is critical, especially with her size. A snap of the jaw could mean tragedy.
Sorry.
hand.
This huge tiger shark swinging around with its teeth. Every time that shark shook its head, that hook straightened a little bit more.
Okay, Kirk, incoming with the tape.
The closest hospital is a 6-hour boat ride away.
Okay, hand me the tape again.
More than enough time for someone to bleed out if shark teeth meet human flesh.
Okay, I'm 0, Francis. 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay, 3.8. 3.8.
3.8 meters. This monster shark is 12.5 feet long.
She's so big.
And the hook is straightening.
It's probably gonna come out.
If the shark breaks free, it could swamp the boat.
Yeah, she's pissed.
Or charge straight at Duncan.
Take a little tighter on the tail, Ash. It's gonna get lost. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. Maybe a little tighter on the tail, Ash. Yeah. It's gonna get lost. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out.
No, I got it, I got it.
An almost 15-foot tiger shark in Shark Bay, Australia. Might be just perfect.
It's huge.
The research team hopes to stick a fin camera on the tiger's dorsal, providing crucial insight into the epic clash between sharks and dolphins. But there's a problem.
This hook's straightening out. Hand.
The shark is bending the steel hook. The only thing keeping her massive head still and her bone-crushing jaws away from underwater cameraman Duncan Brake.
This tiger shark was on steroids. It was massive.
Will the hook hold?
If we're quick, we might be able to do this.
Got it.
It's now or never.
All right, Francis, you ready?
Yep.
That's pretty good. That's going flush down the body.
Okay.
The fin cam is on.
Clear.
Okay. Awesome.
They send her on her way.
Dom, I'm gonna do release, all right?
I really didn't comprehend how big the animal was until it started swimming towards me. Then she went right between my legs, and she was huge. Then it swam off into the distance. The fin cam looked like it was perfectly placed, perfectly angled. It's kind of creepy because within seconds, in this water clarity, they just disappear.
Cool. We got it. Camera's out. Now we're gonna check out, see what these guys really do with their time.
That is a beautiful animal.
Good work, Francis.
That was a truly massive individual and just a beautiful, beautiful animal. So I'm very excited to see what happens next.
Any information we get back is going to be novel, so we're just really excited to see what we get on this camera.
Recently, another camera captured a shark-dolphin clash, but this one flips the script.
People forget that killer whales are actually dolphins. They're all part of the same family. But they're bigger than tiger sharks, and they're more cunning and more intelligent than great whites. If there's something that I am more cautious of being in the water with than a shark, it's definitely an orca, a killer whale.
Off Costa Rica, a pod of orcas, the world's largest dolphin, target a tiger shark.
Orcas are so intelligent that they will collaboratively hunt together in order to take down their prey.
The pod surrounds the tiger, trapping it at the surface. One orca moves in, locking the shark in its jaws. Now the rest of the pod gets a piece.
And what's more twisted is that they won't even eat the whole shark. They'll dissect it and take out a special little bit that they like the taste of. When you pitch an orca against a shark, or several orcas against one shark, it's almost game over every time for the shark.
This battle goes to the dolphins.
And just because bottlenose dolphins, the ones that are here, are smaller, does not make them any less shrinking violets. They're still very vicious predators.
Back in Shark Bay,
Is it getting stronger?
Nope.
the team hopes for their own amazing footage. After a day hitchhiking on the tiger shark, the camera automatically detaches and floats free. Now, the team needs to track it down in 3.2 million acres of open water.
I think we might have passed it because we're starting to get weaker and the signal's coming from that way.
They're fighting the elements and the setting sun to find it.
As long as we're going in the right direction, I'll keep looking.
Okay. I don't know if you can see behind us. We're getting out of Shark Bay and sort of into the ocean. It's a race against the clock.
Keep this heading for a little bit.
If we don't find it before sunset, it's going to be nigh on impossible to collect at night because then we're looking for a black thing in a black ocean.
I think we're getting really close. It's getting pretty loud.
Yeah?
Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. If we're quick, we might be able to do this.
Got it.
After attaching a specialized fin cam on a tiger shark,
All right, Francis, you ready?
Yep.
Got it. Camera's out.
a team of shark biologists needs to find it.
I think we might have passed it because we're starting to get weaker and the signal's coming from that way.
The camera floated free a few hours ago. The hope is that it captured something never seen before, a shark's eye view of that shark going fin to fin with a dolphin.
What we hope to find when we get that camera back is we're really looking for how these organisms may interact with their prey species, including dolphins.
Documenting a dolphin encounter as a shark sees it would be groundbreaking. It could answer long-burning questions about these two top predators. It can also capture a whole lot of nothing.
The signal's definitely coming from this direction.
Yeah, let me have a quick listen. Got it, right there. Right there.
For real?
Yep.
Oh, I see it. Yep. Yes, Kurt. Well done. That moment where we plucked the fin cam.
Got it. Woohoo!
From the sort of setting sun and the seething ocean was incredible.
There we go, guys. Love it.
Now you have to make sure that it all worked. Well, we have footage.
It's a good start.
Find the release.
Yep.
And boom.
There she goes. Kicking strong.
Shark Bay, from the point of view of a giant apex predator.
We did find it way out in that offshore there, so maybe she gets deeper, although we might lose the light later on in the day.
They've got hours of footage of this tiger on the move. It's valuable data, just not the eye-popping action they hoped for.
This happens in field work all the time, but when you only have a limited window and a couple shots, or maybe one shot at it, when that happens, it's rough. Yeah, it doesn't feel great.
Sometimes it's a matter of being at the right place at the right time. Captain Ash had recent luck of his own.
So we were just filming out here one day, and we saw this object. See, that's a tiger at the back of the boat. So we just followed it. 4 dolphins just appeared out of nowhere with a juvenile dolphin. You'll see him here. See, that's the tiger, little juvenile right in front of the shark. We thought, gee whiz, this tiger's just going to eat this juvenile dolphin. And watch what happens when the adults get involved. They end up flicking this bit of seaweed in front of the tiger shark and distracting it from the little dolphin. As if they were like teaching the little dolphin, don't be scared of this tiger shark, and just in case you get into trouble, there's that seaweed.
The pod of dolphins work together to keep the little calf safe from the tiger.
I mean, given the water clarity and just also the sort of maneuverable space, they probably felt this was a pretty low-risk situation.
Ash's footage points out a potential flaw in the team's FinCam deployment. The camera doesn't see any dolphins because in daylight, dolphins see the shark first. Nighttime might be when all the action happens. The team has a solution: a special night vision camera.
We know that tiger sharks are active at night. The real question is, how are they interacting with their prey at night?
This camera can answer that question. It uses infrared technology to peer into darkness.
To my knowledge, there has never been a nighttime deployment of a fin camera in Shark Bay.
Night is when these two top predators bring all their weapons to bear. Their super senses, echolocation in dolphins, electroreceptivity in sharks, allow both to keep battling after the sun goes down. They head north, where Captain Ash feels they have the best shot at catching a big tiger at night.
So we're just loading up the boat now to go set some lines to catch our sharks at night so we can put in our night camera, so we gotta go.
A lot more swell this evening. There's a big storm front coming in, so we've got a limited amount of time to get this tag on. Go get a tiger, mate.
If there's no shark, they'll have to pull the lines before the storm rolls in.
So right now we're just looking for the buoys. It's a little after 4 a.m. The wind is picked up, so fingers crossed we get a big tiger really quickly.
They're in luck.
You see it?
There it is, dead ahead.
We have a big old tiger shark on the line. We're gonna work her up as fast as we can and go from there.
All right, ready?
Yep. I'm on it.
Big.
Big female. Got a hand, you're right. Yep, coming down.
Working a tiger shark is hard during daytime, but downright dangerous at night. Teeth and whipping tail, all in darkness.
Stakes are high. You know, we got one shot left at this, so we gotta try to make it work.
Watch out. I said coming up, coming up.
Once again, Duncan dives in, this time in ink-black waters.
Whenever you enter the water at night, you've always got to be concerned of not what you can see, but what you can't see. And when the lights go out, no one knows what could happen.
Hold on. Watch it, Francis, watch it. Hold on. Watch it, Francis, watch it.
Shark researchers Francis Faribaugh and Kurt Gastrich are wrestling a tiger shark.
Coming down. Bring it in. Okay. You good? Yeah, I got it.
They hope to attach a special nighttime fin cam, but an incoming storm and a thrashing shark might make that impossible.
Although there have been daytime camera deployments in Shark Bay, there haven't been any nighttime camera deployments. Whatever we get back from this camera is going to be novel stuff.
So now that we've got the shark alongside the boat, we're gonna finish our work up, attach this nighttime camera, and let her go and see what she sees.
Let's try to just get it down a little bit more.
Watch out, guys.
The whipping shark and the crashing swells are not making it easy.
Come on.
How we going with that, Francis?
Almost done.
Their underwater cinematographer, Duncan Brake, is capturing the action up close, sometimes too close.
Dump. That's it. Got it?
This current's kicking my ass. Every couple of moments, there'd be a massive surge, which would be pushing us right in towards the jaws of the massive tiger shark.
Of course, you got it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Francis got the tag on her, and she's getting restless, so we better get her back in the ocean.
The shark is ready to release. They have to time it just right.
Okay, you ready?
Ready.
Wait for the next surge, 1 second.
Ready?
Hang on, hang on. Yeah, I'm ready.
He's ready.
Good?
Yeah.
Yep. You're off? Off.
Rightio.
A first, a nighttime fin cam deployment in Shark Bay.
Woo!
Awesome.
Yeah, that's a pretty incredible experience. So now it's just a race against time to make sure that we get the tag as soon as it pops up and that we gather that data and get it back.
But there's a problem.
Straight ahead, Francis. Got it?
Yep, got it. So we were just headed on our way back into the boat and the tag popped off.
Instead of hours, the camera releases after only a few minutes.
All of what you had hoped and you've done all this work for, it's just defeat snatched from the jaws of victory. You're so high and then you just drop so low. So here you can see the animal in the boat. And then floats back up towards the surface here. Bummer.
But there is a silver lining.
What this does is the night vision camera works. We can see the animal's head, and it's encouraging to see these images come back. So it's something, an area for further exploration, for sure.
Off.
It came back with our first glimpse of some underwater nighttime footage from these tiger sharks. You get confirmation that this technology could work.
The battle beneath the waves of Shark Bay remains hidden, for now. But Shark Bay does reveal something to the research team. This war might not have winners and losers.
I think it's a mistake to think of this conflict between dolphins and sharks as a zero-sum game. When it's in balance, you end up with a healthy, functioning ecosystem, which is what we're looking to better understand and protect and preserve as we move forward with the changing planet.
This balance between the ocean's supreme predators is revealed off the Florida coast. A diver is in the middle of a bait ball. This swirling mass forms as a defensive maneuver, a way to confuse predators. Predators, like sharks and dolphins. But here, they put their differences aside.
So when there's a big bait school in the water, all these sharks and dolphins are collectively working together, collaboratively preying on all these little fish. When the ocean provides, it's almost like the sharks and the dolphins have called a ceasefire so that they can meet in the middle and take down their prey.
It's another glimpse into the world of sharks and dolphins. One more chance to gain insight into their complicated relationship, one that is changing how we view each animal.
It's a mistake to think of dolphins versus sharks as some kind of mismatched pairing. There's not one that's like a heavyweight champion and one that's a lightweight by any means.
With sharks versus dolphins, there's not ever a clear-cut winner or loser. It's just nature.
The waters off the Bahamas are a battleground. In the war between sharks and dolphins. Using photographic evidence.
One species that might cause that kind of bite would be a bull shark.
Specialized bite pads.
And went through this simulated dolphin blubber like butter.
And for the first time ever, a decoy dolphin as their secret weapon. These biologists will attempt to uncover which sharks are the culprits.
That dolphin is in big trouble. They're coming right for it! Yes!
Shedding new light on these two apex predators. Locked in deadly underwater combat.
Wait, they're fighting! Oh! The dolphin in his mouth.
It's coming right under us.
Look at the size of the thing.
A bloody battle, as old as time, is being waged beneath the waves. Shark versus dolphin. One of the front lines for this oceanic clash is located 55 miles off of Florida. Bimini is part of 700 islands that make up the Bahamas. Nearly 1/3 of dolphins here show signs of shark attack. A team of shark and dolphin researchers is here to discover what sharks are targeting these dolphins. The Atlantic spotted dolphin and the sleek gray bottlenose.
We've got dolphins on the bow. Wow, look at them ride.
Dr. Mike Heithaus is a shark specialist and a dean at Florida International University. He's joined by Dr. Valeria Paz, a dolphin expert, and local Bahama dolphin researcher, Kel Melillo-Sweeting. First part of the mission. Photograph the scars to match them to the predators.
Hey Mike, did you see that notch on that dorsal fin?
Yeah, you know, that couple notches there. You know, that's the kind of injury that could be caused by a shark.
Two mother calf pairs. So one of them had a distinct shark bite scar. She actually got that injury as an older calf, younger juvenile. So what we're seeing now is a few years old, really well-healed scar.
She came really close, so I was able to get some really good footage.
While foraging, some dolphins occasionally break away from the pod to crater feed. Turning upright, using their nose or rostrum to dig and find prey. This is when the dolphins are most vulnerable.
They have to remain vigilant because a shark could be around at any moment. We're also seeing signs of previous shark attacks. One bottlenose dolphin had both pectoral fins injured.
Here in the Bahamas, you can find more than a dozen species of sharks, but it's most likely the ones attacking dolphins are the bigger bull sharks, tiger sharks, and maybe great hammerheads. These are the top predators here. What a great snorkel. A couple mom-calf pairs, and then there was one that had a bite that looked like on the peduncle there.
Yep, maybe a shark sneaking up from behind.
Hopefully the pictures will help.
Yes.
With so many large sharks in this area, the dolphins have a lot of possible predators.
This bite is definitely on the side of the flank, so maybe it was trying to escape or evade when it turns and then it got bit.
Yeah, you see it's a pretty broad bite. One other species that might be able to do that is something like a tiger shark. They just have that big wide head compared to other sharks. And then their teeth are really different. You've got similar sized teeth in the top and bottom jaws. Instead of being for puncturing, are really meant for cutting, and you've got really fairly long distances between the teeth. So that should give us some clues.
This is a bottlenose dolphin. Took this photograph right around Bimini, and you can see it has a pretty fresh injury to its back here.
That's fairly sizable.
Yeah, and it's super clean too, so not a lot of diagnostics there. And you know, one animal though that could do that around here is the bull shark. So this is a replica jaw. You can see that's a big mouth, but with a clean bite, a really big great hammerhead might be able to leave a mark like that. And we just need to get impressions of shark bites so we can get a sense of how they're holding and gripping and releasing the prey and what that would look like on a dolphin.
There are 10 types of hammerheads. But here in Bimini, the team sets out in search of the great hammerhead to see how it might be biting these undersea mammals. Up to 20 feet long, as large as a fully grown great white, these giants congregate in the shallows off Bimini.
These great hammerheads are huge sharks. They have speed, maneuverability, and the teeth in the upper and lower jaw are different. You get kind of cutting teeth on top and gripping teeth on the bottom. So it's possible that great hammerheads are taking out dolphin calves. And if they get one of those in their mouth, it's going to be really hard for that dolphin to get away.
Mike and Valeria want to see what great hammerhead bites look like on prey, to compare with the scars they've photographed on the dolphins. Local shark diver Neil Watson has been working with hammerheads here for more than a decade. He's going to help the team get a bite impression.
Today we're going to try and feed a whole bonito to one of the hammerheads, and the key difference is we're going to try and actually get it back. It's something unique that we don't do usually, but I think we'll be able to give it a shot.
When we're gearing up to dive with sharks, I'm really always running through worst possible cases in my head, because you've got to be prepared. I'm always thinking about, okay, if a shark's aggressive, what are we going to do? Where am I going to be relative to Valeria? What am I going to do if a shark comes around from behind? You have to be really, really vigilant whenever you're dealing with large, potentially dangerous animals.
Great hammerheads don't attack humans, but we're gonna see how they feel about visitors.
The smell of fish may entice the hammerhead, but also bring in other species of sharks.
Big tiger shark, and I think I see some bull sharks coming in.
Tiger sharks and bull sharks are ambush predators, known to sneak up on their prey. So the team stays on high alert, waiting for the great hammerheads.
Those surf sharks are definitely coming to check us out. And although their jaws may seem small, once they bite onto something, they really hold on.
We have to keep this fish away from him, or we might not get it back.
Finally, the great hammerhead approaches, and her size lives up to the name.
Wow, that is a beautiful shark. Probably about 12 feet or more.
Yeah, that's a large female. Definitely big enough to eat a dolphin. This hammerhead seems interested.
Hey, Mike, tiger shark behind you.
Here she comes. Oh man, she's trying to swallow it whole. Well, there goes one bonita.
We got another hammerhead.
We gotta get the great hammerhead. Don't let go of that fish. Looks like the hammerhead's coming back for another go. Okay, let it go, let it go.
Yes, you got it.
Let's get this up to the boat.
What an incredible dive.
That was unbelievable. Those hammerheads, the size of that one, it must have been 12 to 14 feet maybe.
Definitely capable of taking out a spotted dolphin, maybe a bottlenose dolphin juvenile.
I'm excited to see that fish.
Well, after all that, we got one bonita head back.
Definitely scraped all the skin out.
Yeah, it's not a clean cut by any means, and yeah, bonita is not a dolphin, but I guess if that was a hammerhead biting a dolphin, we wouldn't expect something clean. It would probably be more scrapes through the tissue.
The tearing bite of the hammerhead matches the ragged scars seen on the dolphins.
That's definitely what you saw when the hammerhead was approaching the fish and it grabbed it and it kind of teared. It was not a clean cut.
No. So we didn't get tooth impressions like you might hope for, but it's some first clues. For the sharks and dolphins here off Bimini, they're pretty well-matched adversaries. The sharks, body size, strength, cutting teeth. And the dolphins live in groups. They're smart and they're super fast and maneuverable.
To observe just how intelligent dolphins are, Mike and Valeria head to the Clearwater Marine Aquarium in Florida. All of the dolphins here are injured or unable to survive in the wild and cannot be released. Animal care specialist Katie Wadilla provides daily enrichment.
Right now I'm doing what we call FaceTime, and all it is a little bit of playtime. It's offering them any interaction if they would like it. We have right here in front of you is Hope. She's currently 11 years old. She really seems to enjoy water play.
Animal care specialist Brooke Bowersox has seen the damage sharks can do firsthand.
This is TJ. You can see that she has a nice scar back there on her peduncle.
Yeah, and that looks just like a fresh bite that we see on dolphins, like the ones in Bimini. And you can see that's not the only scar. There's also places where it looks like the jaws come over.
Since the scar heals so well, it's really difficult to tell what species could have made that.
Yeah, a bull, tiger, even great hammerhead, you just can't tell from that healed wound.
To avoid attacks, dolphins have an arsenal of defenses, including intelligence. With brain mass larger than any sharks, dolphins are second only to humans in brain to body weight ratio, making it easy for them to outsmart sharks. But they also have a secret weapon to evade predators: echolocation.
Echolocation is really kind of dolphins' superpower.
Dolphins emit sounds, and they have a part of their head that is called the melon. This area receives the sound waves and it translates to what's going on in their surroundings. It allows them to navigate without using sight.
Echolocation helps dolphins find prey or detect predators.
We're gonna do an experiment to figure out how he can use echolocation or how effective it is, but first we gotta let him use all his senses. What are we gonna do?
Yeah, so this is a cognitive concept called match to sample. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna show Nicholas this buoy, and then we're gonna ask him to go across to the other side of the pool where there's 3 different sample items and ask him to select which one matches what he's seeing here. And you can see that he got it right.
He did pretty well at that last one, but now it's time to turn out the lights and just do echolocation. How does this trial work?
So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna place eye cups over Nicholas's eyes. And Bree is gonna send him over to our right where Katie is, where he is gonna echolocate on that red boat. Once he echolocates on it, he's gonna travel over to where our samples are, and they have those samples underwater. So using his echolocation, he can make the correct selection.
And you see, just no hesitation, no worry about having his eyes, just echolocation straight there.
Correct.
Yeah.
And he did a good job.
See, it's incredible. So this really just shows how impressive that echolocation is. Also shows how smart they are, and that smarts and echolocation helps them survive out in the wild, including avoiding sharks.
Absolutely.
Back in the Bahamas, Mike and Valeria believe hammerheads could be responsible for some of the ragged bite scars they've photographed on dolphins. But they want to investigate another shark that may be a predator. And this one is second only to the great white in the number of attacks on humans. Tiger sharks. Growing up to 18 feet, weighing nearly a ton, they'll eat just about anything, from tires to turtles,
No way.
to dolphins. New South Wales, Australia, off the coast of Newcastle, a tiger shark goes in for the kill. A lone dolphin is no match for the 11-foot tiger shark. It disables its tail, and the dolphin is dead in the water.
Tiger sharks are incredible predators. They also have teeth that are curved and have serrations, so they cut in both directions. So once they grab onto something, they can shake their head back and forth and cut straight through it.
And there's no better place to find tigers than Tiger Beach in the Bahamas. The team will try to get bite impressions from the tiger sharks and study the tiger's feeding style to compare that with their photos of dolphins with shark attack scars. Underwater cinematographer Duncan Brake has been diving these waters for more than a decade. Neil Watson will be using whole bonito again to get a bite impression. Immediately, the team is met with an eager group of tiger sharks.
We want to get a tiger shark to bite the bonita to examine how it uses those serrated teeth. We've got one heading in.
There's a lot of lemon sharks coming in too.
Lemon sharks don't have much sense of personal space, and they can be aggressive eaters, so let's keep the bait away from them.
The lingering smell of the bonito fish starts to catch the shark's attention. 2 tigers approach.
We usually think of tiger sharks as solitary animals, but this fish has caught the interest of more than a couple.
This one's definitely interested.
Come on. Hold on. Yes.
Neil manages to hold on to part of the fish.
Let's get up to the surface.
That was incredible. Such large animals.
no shortage of sharks, and I think we're gonna need bigger bonita next time.
Yeah, these are big 3-foot bonitas, but they're kind of a one-bite meal for these tiger sharks. I was able to wrestle this piece away. I think it was kind of indicative of how they were feeding. They would grab the bait, and if they only got a little bit of it, they would let go momentarily to try and get a little bit closer, and I was able to pull it out.
And that's kind of what you see on the dolphin sometimes. It's not just always a clean bite in, but it looks like there's bite and slash, release, bite again. And that's kind of what you see here on that bonita. Right?
Yeah, that's definitely similar to the scars that Kelly showed us.
The tiger shark's slashing bite matches what the scientists saw on the dolphins.
For a shark, a dolphin is no easy meal, but it is a really rich meal. Lots of meat, lots of blubber. But the dolphins have evolved to fight back.
Once dolphins have seen a shark, it's kind of the game's up for the shark. It's not going to be successful. And the dolphins will actually kind of chase and herd sharks away. And there's one video where a juvenile great white shark approaches a group of dolphins, and one dolphin peels off and just chases that shark away. And the sharks just kind of like, forget it, it's not worth it, and it heads out. These dolphins are not just swimming snacks for sharks. Yeah, they can detect sharks and kind of hold their own.
Dolphins have one more advantage: the ability to communicate with one another.
Dolphins are definitely chatty, and they use sounds to communicate, and it's really important to their everyday life.
We're observing some Atlantic spotted dolphins, and we're going to use this hydrophone, an underwater microphone, to hear the sounds through the headphones and hear their whistles, squeaks, squawks, chirps. Vocalizations are super important to dolphins to help keep track of the group, find food, possibly even alert each other to predators like sharks.
Even with echolocation and the ability to communicate, dolphins in the Bahamas are still under siege. The team concludes that the ragged scars they've seen on the dolphins could be from tiger sharks and hammerheads. But many of the scars they photographed were cleaner and more defined. Could there be a third species of shark attacking dolphins? Bull sharks have the greatest bite force of any shark relative to their body size. Could they be responsible for preying on dolphins? They prowl the shallow seas, using the sandy bottom and murky water to conceal their attack. Both dolphins and humans never see them coming until it's too late.
Here in Bimini, the bull sharks and the dolphins are often hunting in the same areas, and that can include murky waters. The bull sharks are probably mainly hunting for smaller things, but if they get a chance to grab a dolphin, they're going to take it, because that dolphin represents an incredible meal with all the fat and energy in the blubber.
The team needs a bite impression from the bull shark to compare to the dolphin scars. But this time, they'll attempt something that's never been done before. They're creating a life-size dolphin decoy. But first they need to test out the material they'll be using to make the dolphin, while also collecting more bite data.
This is basically a gelatin block that is the density of dolphin blubber. And we've turned it into a giant underwater lollipop. So what we'll do is put a little bit of fish on this to entice the shark to bite. And when they bite it, it's going to give us a jaw impression.
They head to the waters between Florida and Bimini.
This is the perfect place to come to find bull sharks. There's lots of food here, the water temperatures are right, and it's a known spot where groups of bull sharks get together.
While Mike gets the bite, Valeria will be on shark measuring duty. A laser device can pinpoint the exact length of the shark.
Bull sharks have a reputation as a more aggressive species, but they usually don't bother divers. but we do have bait on the pad here, so we've got to stay alert.
Copy that. A couple of bull sharks are coming in. I'm gonna get some measurements. They are definitely the size of an attack dolphin.
They're interested in the fish, but they're being cautious.
They're definitely curious, just not biting.
Wait, this one's coming back around.
Watch out, your hands!
Didn't even see it. I count 3 bull sharks. They're all more than 6 feet long. I'd say they're big enough to attack a dolphin. We just need to get one to bite this pad. Oh, that was close.
We need a good bite and the size of the shark to compare to the bite marks on the dolphins in Bimini.
Wait a minute. I think we have another taker. I can't hold it.
That bull's coming right back around, Mike.
Get the lasers ready.
Yes, we got it.
Look at that. Ah, this is incredible. You just see the width of that bite. It just bit on and went through this simulated dolphin blubber like butter. So you can see why dolphins just lose big chunks if a big shark gets a hold of them. And that one we got a really nice laser hit on, so we'll know exactly how big the bull shark was that did that. And we got a bonus. The shark left a tooth behind. They lose so many teeth in their lives, they're constantly shedding, so a loose tooth, even in dolphin blubber, can get stuck. Usually we're not so lucky to have them left behind. A nice bite width there on a real world situation, so this is exactly what we wanted. I am psyched.
The bite pad reveals that the ragged bite marks from the photos were probably not caused by the bull shark. The precise incision on the pad could mean bull sharks are the ones leaving the cleaner scars. But there's another way to find out whether these bull sharks have attacked the underwater mammals.
Right now we're gonna try and catch a bull shark. We've got a piece of bonita on a small circle hook, so we can throw it to the bull shark that we want, catch it, get it up, and see if it's eaten a dolphin.
In sharks, the reproductive and digestive systems come together at a common area called the cloaca. So the team will take a sample from this area.
So here's the swab kit. We're going to be using the cotton swabs to get fecal matter from the bull shark, and that would tell us a little bit about what they have been eating. That is going to be really useful to see if we see any dolphin DNA in this fecal matter.
First, we have to catch them. Handling sharks can be really dangerous if you're not careful, and that's especially true for bull sharks. They got that big mouth, sharp teeth, but the tail's incredibly powerful. So you've got to always be aware of your surroundings and work together as a team. There we go. Okay, there's the bull shark right below us.
See him?
They're right next to it. Yeah, it's on it, it's on it, it's on it.
Oh, nice.
Okay, now I need everybody to be beyond careful right now.
Yeah.
Right down there. It's a good size one for sure. Watch your feet, watch your feet. That is a big bull shark.
Oh, it's a big one.
Fresh shark. The trick now is to hold on as much as you can. That is definitely big enough to attack a dolphin, no question. Okay, it's getting ready. I'll start back further, try and bring it around. Well, we're trying to get a tail rope on it so we cannot.
I got you, I got you, I got you.
Slow, slow, slow. You're good, you're good, you're good, you're good. Nice and easy. Oh, close. Okay. Excellent. Okay.
Yeah.
Good job. Okay, now we've got control of the animal. So now, cleat that off a little bit lower, so its tail's kind of in. Good.
Yeah.
But just as they're about to tie the shark off,
Oh no, look out, clear, clear. Look out. Careful, careful. No, do not grab this. It popped, the monofilament.
they've lost control of the most dangerous part of the shark, its jaws.
Back off, back off. Ah! No, do not grab this. It popped. We had the shark actually drop when there was a swell and it popped the monofilament. So we're just gonna do a quick repair on the fly so we have control of the animal here. I need another roundy. I'm gonna tie into this and get the crimping tool.
I got it.
We gotta write down the lengths. Mark that. 216.5.
216.5.
252. That's about 8.5 foot bull shark. Definitely big enough to go after a dolphin. Okay, get the cloacal swab.
Yep. We are going to be opening up the swab kit and making sure that everything's set up for the cloacal swab. Make sure that this is up so it's out of the water.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, that's a great job. That's perfect.
Here we have the vial. We're going to go ahead and place it in here and make sure to label it, and we'll send it out to the lab to find out what sharks have been eating.
Okay, we can release anytime.
Releasing an angry shark is even more dangerous than catching it. The crew has to be careful not to get caught in the lines as it thrashes.
Look out! Okay, hang on. Are we ready? Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Great. Good job. Oh, that was great. You got that shark up, tag in, cloacal swab done, and a great release. The cloacal swab showed us that these bull sharks hadn't eaten a dolphin recently, but that doesn't mean they're not dolphin predators. It just means they're not eating them all the time.
The cloacal swab was inconclusive, but the bite pad shows that bull sharks could be the ones making the clean bites seen in the photos. Mike and team are now ready to deploy their nearly 200-pound secret weapon. They want to get an even more realistic view of what a bull shark bite would look like on a real dolphin.
This is Gooey, our dolphin model, and Gooey was made out of non-toxic gelatin. We wanted to make sure that if a shark gets a mouthful of Gooey, it's completely harmless to the shark. Gooey was made so that the consistency is exactly like that of dolphin blubber, and it's pretty much the same size as an Atlantic spotted dolphin in Bimini or a juvenile bottlenose.
This is the first time a dolphin decoy made of non-toxic materials will be used in shark research.
The bite pads were a great first step, but they're just kind of a fairly narrow pad. And so a shark might bite that very differently than something that's shaped like a dolphin. And it's rounded and in some places is so big that it's kind of like trying to palm
a ball that's too big for a shark trying to bite it. So we have created something completely unique, a gelatin dolphin.
It's sink or swim time for Gooey. The team takes her to an area known for bull sharks. They're joined by underwater cameraman Sean Havis, who will capture this first in shark research.
As soon as Sean and I are in, let's get Gooey in right next to us.
I'll be looking at you guys for directions once I put it in, if you need me to give it some light.
We'll let you know, but hopefully Gooey will do its job.
We're strapping a camera onto Gooey to get a better angle. We're positioning it so it faces the peduncle area where we think sharks may be more enticed to bite. Mike, should we deploy Gooey? Copy, we'll deploy. You got it, Mike.
Deploying this enormous dolphin decoy takes teamwork.
Kirk, look at the camera, make sure that it's in the right angle when it's deployed. Lucas, make sure that the pectoral fins are not getting stuck by the ladder. And let's do this. All right, please clear the deck. 1, 2, slide. Mike, what are you seeing down there?
Well, right now it's pretty lonely, just hanging out with Gooey, no sharks yet, so hopefully we get some pictures soon.
Gooey right now is doing a natural behavior. This is called logging. Logging is when they're resting and they may be more vulnerable during this behavior.
Oh, we got Gooey exactly where we need it to be. It looks so real.
Gooey is of similar size of those dolphins that we saw in Bimini. Although her colorations are a lot different, the silhouette from below mimics that of a real dolphin.
Sharks are attracted to contrast. They may not see color, but this silhouette should lure them in. If one attacks, Mike will not only get a bite impression, but the exact size of the shark. They'll be able to record if smaller juvenile sharks might attack a dolphin, or is it mostly the larger mature sharks?
The idea is we want to get a weight on the shark that attacks Gooey, so we know not just what species grabbed that model, but how big it was.
The bull sharks arrive. And it's time to put Gooey to the test. Will she be a trick or treat for the bulls?
These are big bull sharks. They are definitely a threat to the dolphins.
We've got 4 sharks. They're circling, but we're not seeing a whole lot of interest right now. Try giving Gooey some motion.
Copy, Mike. We'll give it some movement. Kirk, can you please give it some motion?
That's still not interested.
That's not terribly surprising. Bull sharks probably only very, very occasionally attack dolphins that they see.
She looks like a dolphin and moves like a dolphin. Maybe we need to add some smell.
Sharks have an incredible sense of smell. They can smell a couple drops of blood in a swimming pool worth of water. So that means that if there's a good scent trail, they can follow it for miles.
One is starting to move toward it. Come on. No. Okay. We may have to do a bit more than this. We're going to come up and think about what our next steps are to try to get a bite here on this model.
Copy that. Let's pull her in. So we're bringing Gooey in. Her silhouette looked really good underwater, but sharks use multiple senses to detect prey. So we're gonna add a little something to see if we can entice them to bite Gooey. 1, 2, 3, pull.
The team has one more trick up their sleeves to try and get a shark to bite Gooey.
Gooey almost looks real when you're far enough below. We had the sharks around, but they didn't really show any interest in the dolphin.
We know sharks don't bite every single dolphin, so we need to add something to entice them.
What I think we should do is strap a bit of bait down here, and then when the sharks come in at the bait, they try to grab the bait, and they're going to grab Gooey as well, right in an area where we see bites on a lot of wild dolphins.
The team attaches bait to the area where they've seen many bite scars, the peduncle, to see if a bite here will match what they've seen on the wild dolphins.
The peduncle is a really strong muscle at the tail end of the dolphin, and it allows them to move their tail really fast. It allows them to maneuver and get to great speeds.
The peduncle is where the dolphin's power is for swimming. So if it gets a serious enough injury, or if the spinal cord is severed or damaged, then that dolphin might become incapacitated, giving the shark a second chance to come in for the kill.
Echolocation and vision, most of that for the dolphin is directed forward. So coming from below and behind is the easiest way to sneak up and make that ambush attack. As the sharks come in to get a bit of food, they're going to bite the dolphin model. And we'll get those really nice tooth impressions once they've bitten in.
Definitely, and adding the bait, the extra sense of smell would really entice the shark to bite Gooey. Ready? Let's do this.
Gooey not only looks good, she smells good too.
Got one coming in. A shark coming up from this angle, from below and behind. That dolphin is in big trouble. They're definitely showing more interest now that there's some fish on Gooey.
It's coming in close. We definitely have their attention.
They're coming right for it. Look at that. Yes, that is exactly what we wanted. Okay, let go now, please. Man, that bull shark just nailed Gooey.
Whoa, look at that.
It's incredible, isn't it? You can see where each tooth just traces through, and even the serrations on the teeth.
This could have definitely been fatal.
Oh yeah, it almost nicks the spine. There's too much vital there. This dolphin would have bled out, and the shark could have come back later to finish it off.
Good job, Gooey. Let's put it up.
It's pretty incredible just how much that shark got out of Gooey. I mean, that was probably 20 pounds of gelatin. That was a stunning success. It actually simulated real life more than we would have thought, because Gooey was kind of listening to the side, and if a dolphin sees a shark coming, it's going to turn its back to it to try to maneuver away. And so the shark came straight from the bottom up and bit here. It would have gone right next to the spine, and you can see a nice clean cut. So an 8.5-foot bull shark, no problem killing a dolphin. Gooey really taught us a lot. From just one bite, we were able to see that even with this big round object, a bull shark leaves a clean bite, not a ragged one. With the 3D scan, we're able to see how each tooth moved through, and that these bull sharks are leaving clean bites even on big round dolphins. And it really showed us that it's going to take a big adult bull shark to take down a dolphin. Evolution tends to hone behaviors that make predators super efficient and prey good at getting away. For dolphins, if they aren't paying attention and good at avoiding predators, they're not going to leave many calves in the next generation. And so that arms race between predator and prey is going to continue for sharks and dolphins.
The evidence collected with the bite pads and dolphin decoy suggests that hammerheads, tiger sharks, and bull sharks could all be responsible for the bites seen on dolphins here. And still, the Battle of the Bahamas between some of the best designed and most intelligent species in the ocean rages on.
The fact that there are so many sharks and so many dolphins in the Bahamas might be a really good sign for the health of the oceans here. You have food all year round, mates all year round, and even when a dolphin gets bit by a shark, if it's lucky enough to get away, it's healthy enough to survive that attack.
This clash between the predators, there's no winners or losers. It's just the opportunity to catch a prey.
We have great hammerheads, we have tiger sharks, we have bull sharks, all in this one spot. And there are dolphins there too. And this battle between sharks and dolphins in the Bahamas isn't gonna end.
Mike, you got a couple coming on your stern right now?
There's one right here.
They might get more interested.
Shark scientists Dr. Mike Heithaus and Sarah Casaretto are about to reveal why sharks seem to attack boats, from fishing trawlers to tiny kayaks.
Once Mike casts the line, I'm expecting the moment that fish hits the water for the sharks to be all over it. And as he's reeling that in, we're gonna see a lot faster behavior.
Okay, ready?
You're good.
Bait's out. That one just bumped me. Okay, this one's coming fast.
That shark is coming in hot. Pull in that fish, Mike! Ah!
It was understood. If you stayed on a boat, you'd avoid a terrifying confrontation with a shark. That's not true anymore.
Oh my
Watch out.
God! That thing is huge! Jump on the boat!
Erica Almond was fishing off the Gulf Coast of Florida on a 34-foot boat when a great white shark took interest.
No way.
Holy moly, he's huge. Great white. Wow. When we first saw the shark, as it came closer, we were able to estimate it to probably about 14 to 16 feet. Now, we've all seen Jaws, and we know the outcome of that.
Great white sharks are rare in the Gulf of Mexico, which made the encounter even more terrifying.
As the shark was coming at the motors, if it hit underneath with the prop or on the back itself, you could almost hear the teeth scrape against the metal of the actual motor itself.
Fighting the engine.
Why is he fighting the motor? I thought, oh my gosh, we're gonna need new motors or a paddle to get us out of here because they're going to be gone. Oh, God. Put your hand. We could not believe what we had just encountered and been a part of. I didn't know that that was something that sharks would do. Wow, great white.
Erica's encounter is not unique. Many boaters have the same showdown with sharks. Dr. Mike Heithaus and shark biologist Sarah Casaretto are off the Florida coast to investigate why these frightening interactions take place.
You go online these days and you see more and more videos of sharks biting boats or just getting uncomfortably close. And the question is that just more people with cameras, or is there something going on with the sharks? And that's something we're out here to investigate.
A lot of boating activities involve sensory stimulation that can actually pique sharks' interest. It can involve splashing. A lot of times you're on a boat and you're fishing, or there's chum in the water. And all of those things could attract a shark.
So we're heading about 3 miles off the coast of Palm Beach,
where the water depth is about 100 feet. This is an area with a lot of boat activity, and there's been reports of shark interactions.
Florida's an incredible place for sharks. One reason is we have so many habitats in such a small area. You've got mangrove forests along the coast, seagrass beds, coral reefs, and deep water that comes close to shore. That means all the different species that are in these areas can kind of mix. So you've got nurse sharks, lemon sharks, bull sharks, tiger sharks, even great whites come through here.
They set up shop 3.5 miles off the coast to explore why sharks are attracted to boats. In addition to the two biologists, cinematographer Duncan Brake will document the shark's behavior from below the surface. He's filmed sharks all over the world and has had his share of boat-shark encounters.
One of the craziest interactions I've seen with a shark on a boat was when we were following a bull shark that we'd seen cruising along the coast. As soon as we approached it, it decided it didn't want us in its space, and it turned around and just went straight for the engine and did 3 or 4 bites before it turned around and swam away. At which point we decided we were going to back off and leave it be.
All good, Duncan? All right,
You're clear.
The team's first mission is to reveal why sharks suddenly circle boats.
We're here on the spot, but no sharks yet.
Any sharks out here?
At the moment, I don't see any sharks around. It's infinite blue.
Duncan is in the water with an underwater comms to relay anything he observes.
Copy that, Duncan. So, Mike, Duncan wants us to start revving that boat engine, see if we can draw some of those lemon sharks in with the sound.
Okay, sounds good. Sound travels an incredibly long distance underwater, and sharks have amazing hearing. So, if they're not doing something else, that might attract them in. Okay, ready to rev. He's clear, engines in neutral, revving.
Duncan, looking and I don't see anything. Do you see anything from your end? Copy that, crystal clear water, Duncan.
Sharks don't have ears like us, but they can still hear incredibly well. They even have special cells on their body that can feel vibrations, whether it's sound or the movement of animals through the water.
That boat engine has really equated to, for a lot of the sharks in the area, the ringing of a dinner bell. They hear that and they think, free meal.
We've got a lemon coming. Give it a rev.
Okay, I think we got one coming in right here.
I spent a lot of hours in the water with lemon sharks. There's one thing for certain, no matter the size, you've got to be on guard. They can spin on a dime. They have amazing maneuverability, being able to turn right around and almost bite their own tail.
Lemon sharks are a pretty cool species. Get to be 9 or 10 feet long. They're pretty intimidating in size when you're underwater. They're also pretty intelligent sharks. They've been trained to run mazes, and you can see when they're underwater and you're swimming with them, they're really figuring things out. But the other thing about lemon sharks, when you're diving at least with them, no sense of personal space. They just kind of bump straight past you. They're not attacking. They're just going where they go.
Yes, we've got 2 lemons circling now.
Within minutes, 2 lemon sharks become a dozen. The only bait in the water, a rumbling engine, and Duncan's scuba bubbles.
I don't think I've ever used this term with sharks before. But we're getting completely mugged by this horde of lemon sharks here.
The lemon sharks in this area are majority female hanging out.
And you never expect to see the little ones out here.
While the sharks circle, Dr. Heithouse and Sarah reveal why they believe sharks are biting boats.
Watch out! It's a huge blow!
Videos of sharks gnawing on hulls abound. Steve Minkema and his buddies Jeff Crilly and Scott Crilly were fishing off the New Jersey shore when a great white decided to show them how its jaws work.
Oh my God! This thing is huge! This thing's falling!
We're all set up.
All excited to catch a big fish. I forget who saw it first.
This thing is huge!
I remember you saying, holy crap, this thing's big.
Massive, half the size of the boat.
Snake comes up on this side.
Right for the chum bag here. He just opens his jaw and grabs it.
He's going for the chum.
Ate our chum bag like I think you said, like a Tic Tac.
Like a Tic Tac.
He came right up. He's scraping on the back of the boat. His teeth are grinding into the back.
It was chomping like this. I don't think he could have bit through the hole, but like the size of him and the weight of him, I think if he really wanted to, he could have pushed in and swamped the boat.
Jeff, let it go! Once he got what he wanted, he just swam away like nothing happened.
Dude, that was the coolest thing I've ever seen!
Monster, majestic shark.
Yeah, something you'll never forget, right?
Nah, once in a lifetime.
Oh my God, dude!
2 lemons circling now. 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 2 lemons
One thing you see in just about every viral video of sharks attacking boats is one of these. It's a chum bag, basically a mesh bag with bait in it. Fishermen use it to attract fish in so they can catch them. We're gonna do the same thing, but for sharks so we can study them. So we're gonna put this in here, off the back. Sarah, you can throw yours in now.
Hey, Duncan. We're about to put the chum
Bags in the water, so keep an eye out for the shark behavior to
possibly change.
Yes, sir.
We've just put essentially a meal in the water for them, and they're just trying to get that. So we should see lemon sharks coming up, biting the chum bag, and appearing to bite the boat, but in reality, they're just trying to get the fish in the bag.
The sound of the boat engine draws in a shark, but it's the scent of the bait that revs them up.
Whoa, it pulled it out of my hand. Luckily, it didn't get any bag, but it almost did. So you can see how quick this happens. If you're not expecting sharks around, it could be pretty surprising to have one appear at your chum bag.
When we just had the sound of the engine, the sharks were just cruising, they were hanging out, checking to see if anything was coming up. But once we put chum in the water and we put fish in the water, they start going to more of a hunting mode. And that's when their movement gets quick, it gets erratic, and sometimes it can be very unpredictable.
This aggressive behavior could mean trouble for Duncan down below.
If you see them swarming all around us, it definitely gets the adrenaline going. All we have to do is try to make sure you don't get between them and the food.
A chum bag might explain why sharks swarm boats, and also why they sink their jaws into them as well.
You can see the wave pulled the bag out of the water, the shark missed it, bumped into the boat. That could look like an attack in the right viral video. But what's going on is that the shark's just missing, and they have what's called a nictitating membrane.
Sharks have this defense to protect their eyes, which is kind of like an eyelid that closes up. Some sharks roll their eyes to the back of their head because the back of their eye is actually a lot thicker and denser. And in that moment, they're blind.
So at the last second before it hits the boat, it's kind of losing that sense of vision. And that may be one of the reasons that we see these sharks attacking boats.
If what they were going for, let's say a chum bag, moves because of a wave, or the fisherman pulls it out, they still have the propulsion for it. They're gonna maybe bite the boat, and they might just miss. Oh!
With so much chum in the water, the researchers question whether sharks are too dependent on bait for food. The team will catch a shark and take a blood sample.
With the blood, we're breaking it down into plasma and red blood cells. We're then going to do what's called an isotope analysis, where we look at the chemical composition of these components to get a sense of what these sharks are feeding on and how much of it might be chum and bait.
The team sets up a catch and release.
1, 2, 3.
The time the shark is immobilized is kept to a minimum.
The way we're trying to catch these sharks is designed to minimize stress to the animal. We're using a relatively small circle hook. That lets us catch the shark right in the side of the jaw, and these sharks heal incredibly quickly. This really shouldn't hurt the shark at all, so they're back to their normal behavior right away. Nice. The shark has it.
Right now, one of the sharks have got our hook. We're gonna let it run with it so it tires itself out and it'll become easier to
There we go.
pull in. There it goes.
Okay. We're gonna pick up the buoys here, gently bring the shark up next to the boat, get it swimming alongside.
When the scientists are catching the sharks to tag them and take samples, we've got to be really careful when we're trying to capture this on film because the shark's attached with a hook to the boat effectively. So if at any point that hook pops, that shark can swing by its tail in almost this 180-degree motion. And if we're in the way, we could get caught in the shark's jaws or also between the shark and the boat.
Okay, got it. 252.
Awesome.
So that's 8 feet.
What we got here is an 8-foot lemon shark. Caudal vein's a little deep because it is a bigger shark, and so Mike right now is drawing blood. And
And once he's drawn the blood, he's gonna give that vial over to me so that way I can break it down to the 3 components you want to analyze.
The caudal vein is the largest in the tail of a shark.
Heads up, heads up. Heads, let it go. Always assume they're gonna do the most dangerous possible thing and you will not be disappointed and you will be safe.
Got it?
Yep. All we're doing now is getting some blood from the caudal vein here. There we go. Good job. That'll do the trick. Okay, Sarah.
Are you gonna stay by the head?
I'll come to the head.
Yep.
There you go.
Trade.
Okay.
Got it?
Yep.
So what I got here is the blood that Mike just drew from the lemon shark. What I'm gonna do is first put it in this vial, which will make it easier for me to access with a pipette. When we're taking blood from these lemon sharks, we are able to then do a chemical analysis that helps us determine whether or not the food is coming from just the natural fish in the area or if it's coming from a fisherman's chum bag.
With sample in hand, the shark's released.
Okay, now we're gonna get this hook out and we're gonna let her go.
Got it.
Duncan, you ready for it?
I've been in the water for lots of shark releases, and you never quite know how the shark's going to react.
Okay, I'm on. Don't get anywhere near that mouth.
Perfect.
This one decided to leave its mark.
Oh, no. Look out, look out, look out. No.
On the release, the shark was a little bit grumpy. You know, it had been measured, you know, had its blood taken. You know, it's just like humans going to the doctors. We don't really like it, but it has to get done. It turned around and went straight for the engine. It just took a big bite out the side of the boat.
Oh, no. We're good. There we go. I'm loose, free. Nice job, nicely done.
Well, just look at the damage that shark caused on the side of the boat here. It just shows how strong the bite force of these lemon sharks are. It's actually ripped part of the gel coat off, a couple of chunks out of the boat, and actually shredded the rubber of the rub rail. Wow, it really proves that, you know, if these sharks really wanted to mess us up when we were in the water, we wouldn't stand a chance.
Sharks circling boats and biting hulls while snatching chum bags makes perfect sense. But what about sharks biting boat engines?
Oh my God!
In the sea battle between sharks and boats, the sharks appear to target one area.
Oh, God. The shark was definitely most interested in the motors more than anything. It would come under the water and grab the bottom of the propellers.
No way.
You could hear a large thumping sound and then a scrape as its teeth hit the motors and props themselves. I thought either we're going to lose an engine or we're going to have to paddle ourselves home. Oh, God.
This isn't a case of missing a chomp on a chum bag. These sharks are going out of their way to gnaw on the metal engine and props.
We saw that we could get these lemon sharks up to the boat just from the sound of the engine, but there are plenty of videos online of sharks biting engines. And that's not about the sound. There's a lot more going on, especially the creation of electric fields. And sharks have an incredible electroreception sense. It's kind of their superpower.
All living things create an electrical charge. A human heartbeat is regulated by electrical charges that signal muscles to contract and release. An EKG reads those charges. Fish also create electrical signals, signals that sharks can detect.
These boat engines are sending out these electrical signals, and sharks have what are called ampullae of Lorenzini, which are these little tiny pores around their snout and particularly around their mouth area. These allow them to detect electrical signals in the water, which is super helpful when you're trying to get fish or any sort of animal that's moving in the water. But it can also lead to confusion when you're around man-made objects that also emit electrical signals.
It's called electroreceptivity, and some sharks, like the great white, are so adept at it, they can perceive as little as 1/1,000,000th of a volt in the water. That's a tiny fraction of what a common AA battery generates. Sarah has constructed a test to reveal how effectively sharks can detect electrical charges, like those created by a boat engine.
What we have here is we have two circuit boards. Both of them are powered by batteries in the Pelican case, and they both emit a current of about 20 milliamps. And once we close the Pelican cases, we actually have these switches on the outside to help us easily turn it off and on and do any alterations we need. What we're gonna do is we're gonna place both of these circuits in the water, but one's gonna be on and the other one's gonna be off. This will enable us to observe the sharks and see how they react and how they respond to the circuit that's emitting an electrical field compared to the one that's not emitting an electrical field.
Sarah's test should capture a shark's interest. One last check.
The one with the arm up has its power on, right?
Yeah, so once they're both in the water, I'm just gonna swim over and I'm gonna put that arm down so that way it's on and running.
Okay, but otherwise you've got them exactly identical. The only difference is this one's got current going through it.
Absolutely, and the one that is on, I actually already covered the light bulb up, so we know that light's not gonna play a factor in the shark's behavior.
Awesome, so yeah, this will be a good test to see if they're cueing in on electric fields rather than something floating in the water.
For sure. And then we're just gonna tie them off the side of the boat, 20 feet of line each, and see what happens.
My expectation is we're gonna have a good number of lemon sharks. This is where they hang out, but we might see bull sharks in Pittas, Florida, so you never know what might show up.
The moment they splash in, they're vulnerable to the sharks. A diver's vision is limited by the mask. Lugging a bulky air tank means fleeing to escape is out of the question.
You have to always assume that there is the potential for an aggressive encounter, especially when you're diving with sharks. And that's why it's really important to kind of keep your head on a swivel, be aware of your surroundings. It's better to assume the worst and be prepared for it than to be taken off guard.
So, you want to go turn it on? Roger that. Turn it on. There should be emitting an electrical field now.
Company arrives.
They're coming in. Okay, well, we got plenty of sharks this time. Oh, beautiful. Man, so many sharks are just shot all over the world.
The two testers are out. They're about 10 feet apart.
A 3 or 4 will be circling that one on the left that's on. And I have not seen a single shark go and check out the one on the right yet. No sharks anywhere near the other one, but they're starting to come in and have a look at this electrified one. Let's see how this one's heading up for it. Look at this, right toward it. You see that? That one just bumped in. Oh, it's going back to check it out again. Definitely see which circuit boards are favoring. It keeps wanting to check it out. Let's look up at the board. Oh, there you go. What a mess. Time to go. Sarah, behind you. A 3 or 4 will be circling that one on the left that's on.
The waterproof battery sending out an electrical field draws a lot of attention. The charges from the battery appear to mimic what a shark's prey creates, or a boat engine emits. It would explain why many viral videos show sharks attacking boat propellers.
One of the things we're kind of looking for here is how they react when they get close in a plate. Because that electroreception isn't necessarily bringing them in from a long way away. It's really just as they get close, saying, what is that? Okay, so they're just seeing a floating object, but when they get close to one, they're going to respond to it because they sense an electrical field.
It was pretty incredible to see that from underwater, and you could see the sharks knew that both of those boards were out there, and they checked out both of them, but they spent almost all their time by the electrified one.
That's when they would get close, they would bump it, sometimes not so gently. Yeah, I mean, we can even see it right now. They're still swimming past it, they're still checking it out. And what was really neat was also seeing the different type of behaviors.
That was incredible, and if you think about how that relates to boat engines, yeah, it probably shows that it is that electric field that they're zeroing in on when they bite the motor.
Yeah, and then let alone if there's any other stimuli going on, such as someone fishing off of the boat, that's further attracting the shark and getting them into that foraging mindset.
Yeah, well, I would say that that was a successful test.
Science reveals why sharks attack boat engines. But what about plastic kayaks and canoes? Many of the most frightening viral videos show sharks attacking kayakers and canoeists.
Holy Watch out! Woo!
Matt Rosenquist, Ben Sassy, and Chris Esther are avid fishermen. They prefer to head out under their own power.
I prefer canoes because of the serenity. You know, it's peaceful, it's not noisy with the boat motors.
The three friends were about 3 miles offshore, fishing in the Florida Keys. There were no engines to attract a shark when...
Watch out! Oh my God! He attacked us. He literally attacked us.
When it first started coming up towards the boat, Matt would say, "Oh, I think it's a nurse shark." And then all of a sudden I see these massive jaws.
You see that?
It came straight at the boat, hit it with all its force, and it was not happy.
Watch out!
That was a moment that if we had not had Chris's canoe there, it could have been really, really bad.
Oh!
I think Ben even fell into Chris's canoe. That was the confirmation that we were in for the fight of our life.
Oh my gosh!
A bull shark came in charging, just like its namesake.
Oh, and I remember the feeling of being kind of tossed, and we're just hanging on for dear life.
Oh.
Bull sharks have very high testosterone, more than a male African elephant in heat. And this one was proving it.
When you're a bull shark with that stocky build, you're one of the few sharks in the ocean that'll eat prey about your own body size instead of much smaller than you. You know, that's a recipe for boat versus shark run-ins.
It was intentional. It wasn't a single, like, get away from me. It was over and over. It would attack, and then it would turn back around and attack.
Watch out!
I didn't realize it, but my butt went in the water for a second.
It's really easy to just sit back and enjoy a shark if you're on a 20-foot vessel. But if you're on a small canoe or a kayak, that can be a little more concerning. There's very little separating you from the water, and it wouldn't take much to knock you over.
Oh my gosh!
It was like one part excitement, and then this other part, like, surreal. Is this really happening?
Yeah, there are a few things that could attract a shark to a kayak. You know, one would be the silhouette. You know, for a big shark, like a white shark, and that silhouette may mimic what its prey is. For other species, the silhouette may be something worth checking out because maybe there's other prey around some floating object. But then there are other sensory inputs too. You know, the paddle dipping in if a shark's nearby might be worth investigating, not necessarily, you know, flying in to attack, but just, hey, something novel in the environment, I'll check that out.
A kayak, lemon sharks, and a fishing pole. Allow Mike to reveal why a shark might attack a kayak.
All right, Mike, you head on out with the kayak, and I'll keep an eye on you from the sky with the drone, okay?
Sounds good.
All right. All right, we're sending the drone up. Right now, I'm just keeping an eye on Mike on the kayak using the drone, getting a bird's eye view of things, seeing where the sharks are, where Mike is.
Duncan is below for the underwater vantage point. As if on cue, the sharks arrive. A bit of a homebody in the shark world, lemons prefer a home range rather than long migrations.
So I'm out here kayaking, and we might see 1 or 2 lemon sharks, but I'm not putting a lot of stimulus into the water. Yeah, just a little bit of sound when I put the paddles in, and there's the silhouette, but this silhouette doesn't match the prey of the sharks we see around here. Let me know if any sharks are coming.
Well, there's 1 or 2 who keep swimming past Mike on the kayak. You got one coming under your bow, just swimming past you right now, Mike.
Yep.
Mike wants to avoid what happened to Ben Chansey off Stuart, Florida. Ben's an experienced paddler who's fished from kayaks for 18 years.
He's right underneath of you. Oh my God.
Whenever a fish over 300 pounds decides to go crazy and you're in a kayak, there's nothing you can do. We're off the east coast of Florida, and we're trying to catch the biggest fish that we've ever caught out of a kayak. We get out there and we catch a bonita for bait, and then we drop that bonita down, and something huge grabs it. Lo and behold, I realize it's a giant bull shark. And I'm like, wow, we've got a bull shark on. This is crazy. It's spinning me around. It's almost like being on a roller coaster ride, and I'm getting pulled all around, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on. It pulled so hard it felt like it was gonna flip me right over out of the kayak, and I couldn't hold on to the rod anymore. There was a moment where I was paused, and I'm like, oh, I got flipped over. I didn't automatically go, I better get for the boat because I could get eaten. Once I realized that fish was still tied off to my kayak, I'm like, I gotta get to the boat. So I swam as fast as I could. I did my best Michael Phelps impression. He might not look like Michael Phelps, but I felt like I swam as fast as him to get back to the boat.
He's still on.
You might think that these interactions are unprovoked, but when you look at the kayaks and canoes, there's one common thread most of the times: fishing. Watch out! Oh. What we saw already is sharks not super interested in the kayak, but we're gonna ramp it up a little and test the conditions we see in a lot of those videos by adding some bait. Now, we don't have a hook here. We've tied the fish on, and I'm gonna throw it out there. Let's see what happens.
Once Mike casts that line and the fish hits the water, I'm expecting the sharks to immediately be drawn to that sound, and as he reels it in, follow it because there's fish blood. That's just a free meal on the end of a line for these sharks.
Okay, ready?
You're good.
Bait's out.
We're gonna see a lot faster behavior. They're gonna be really interested in the kayak and what's the end of that line.
Sarah, the bait's out, but I can't see anything. Let me know if I need to reel.
Right now, one's passing right underneath you, Mike. Oh, she's coming.
Okay, this one's coming fast.
Pull in that fish, Mike.
Ah! Woo! Perfect. So you can see how fast that shark is swimming toward the boat. That's exactly the kind of situation where you could get a shark running into a kayak. Not because it wants to bite the kayak, but because it's interested in the fish on the end of a line. Yeah, that was nice and close.
The science behind shark behavior reveals the truth behind most viral videos. But there are some videos where biology or chemistry aren't the cause of boat-shark encounters.
No way.
Sometimes it's personality. Not the boaters, but the sharks. Carl Torreson was fishing just offshore of Jupiter, Florida, when he came in contact with one ornery bull shark.
We started the day offshore fishing. We got the word that there was a good cobia bite going on the beach. We were about this far offshore. We came in here. My dad told me, shark's attacking the boat. What's going on? Every time he grabbed the boat would stop. Then he came back around, and when he hit the side of the boat, it was like a boom. I thought we hit a reef.
Bull sharks have a reputation for being a bit more aggressive, a bit bolder, and that's not necessarily untrue.
This wasn't about the electricity in the water. This shark was just an angry, angry shark, and we were interrupting his day. He attacked the boat, and he kept attacking the boat with intent to kill the boat, kill whatever he was biting. The power that he was grabbing the boat with is unbelievable.
That video of the big bull shark attacking the fishing boat is something I'm not used to seeing at all.
After he ate the motor and was biting on the motor, he actually came by and hit the side of the boat. Boom! You were literally moving. It was like a Universal Studios ride, but it was so surreal that it was a shark doing it and that a shark was that powerful.
In our studies of bull sharks, we found that different individuals have different personalities, if you want to call them that. Some are bold, some are shy. Not every individual is going to react the same in every situation. Maybe these guys came across a big shark that was willing to attack and just decided to go after the boat. I mean, it's hard to tell what the motivation of that shark was, but it certainly was going after the boat.
To observe how bull sharks react to anything new entering their space, Sarah and Mike head to a known bull hangout.
So in that video, that bull shark is behaving really aggressively, but that sort of behavior is really rare, especially when you're diving.
Yeah, these are big predators and they can get aggressive, but usually there's a reason for it. So we're down there. I'm not expecting to see anything like that, but still, we'll stay shoulder to shoulder, keep our eyes on things.
I think if there's anything in the area, if we're drifting along the edge there, they'll come up and investigate us.
Duncan will film the encounter.
Whenever you jump in the water with bull sharks, you've got to have your wits about you. They're an incredibly unpredictable shark that's always testing you, coming from all different angles. You pretty much have to have your head on a swivel.
In addition to having very high testosterone, bull sharks are thought to be more dangerous to humans than great whites. Sarah and Mike need to be aware at all times of how many sharks are around and where they are.
The bull shark's here are usually down about 50 feet or more. Only see 11 sharks here at this time. Let's jump down. Roger that. There's a bull shark right below us. You just can't mistake that shape for any other shark. Look at that foot nose, pink body. Let's drop down. See how the sharks react. Roger.
They ease into the bull shark's space. As observed, bull sharks will ram a boat and are known to attack humans.
Okay. We have another bull shark. Where? Not below us. Let's stop 3.
Surrounded by bull sharks, shark researchers Dr. Mike Heithaus and Sarah Casaretto gauge the shark's behavior to determine if they're in danger.
Sharks, like some dogs, cats, even humans, like to be left alone sometimes. They don't want company or to be crowded. If this bull shark was a dog, it would bark or growl to let us know to back off. The sharks can't do either, so they use their bodies to show us that same intent, like arching their back or rapid erratic movement. And these sharks are showing us they don't mind us here. Just not seeing any aggressive behavior. Just normal curiosity. No boat parameters on this side.
That was incredible, and the amazing thing to me is bull sharks have such a bad reputation for being aggressive, and I mean, there are videos of them body slamming boats, but those sharks were just so calm.
They were just cruising. I mean, I did not at any point
feel worried.
There is some personality in there too. I mean, you can see some of the individuals would come in really close, but give plenty of space. And others were just hanging out really far in the distance.
Yeah, they were enjoying the dive just as much as we were, it seemed.
It really shows that these animals are not, as a rule, super aggressive. These are not animals that you would expect to be coming in and just attacking a boat for no reason at all.
While the viral videos of shark boat encounters are intense, no one on a boat or kayak was bitten. That changed off the coast of Tasmania in Australia.
It's a really unique little area, quiet area, not too much drama happens here in Stanley. It's a historic town and there's around 700 people that live here at Stanley full-time. It's always been a fishing village.
Winter in Tasmania. The water is cold and few venture in for a swim. A shark attack seems like an impossibility.
The incident at Stanley was an extremely rare occurrence. I've never seen a shark or heard of a shark doing that before.
I know that sharks have been sighted off Stanley, but I've never heard of sharks attacking a boat or people at all.
Even so, a warning of a large shark in the area was issued when John Arnott and his son Lucas, aged 10, were fishing off the coast. Without warning, a shark grabbed the boy off the boat and dragged him into the water. Within seconds, the father dove in to save his son from the jaws of the attacker. The shark, thought to be a great white, let him go in moments. Many claimed the boy's life jacket and heroic father saved his life.
We hear of surfers being taken by great whites, but we've never heard of that happening anywhere in Australia.
The child was released from the hospital after being treated for wounds on his chest, shoulder, and head.
Probably everybody was a bit numb for a start because it was just something that you just never hear about in Australia.
I've only had sort of one great white touch the boat. It's more curiosity than anything, and it's very, very unlikely that you'll get grabbed by a shark off a boat. Well, I mean, it can happen, but it's very unlikely.
It seemed a line was crossed between shark and human. Being on a boat didn't mean you were safe.
The reports of that encounter in Tasmania are like nothing I've ever heard before. A boy was dragged out of a boat while he was fishing, but we just don't know enough about what happened.
It's really hard to know what was going on in the shark's head at that time. They were fishing, there was that stimuli, but it's just such a weird occurrence. I've never heard of something like that happening before with any type of shark.
Encounters between sharks and boats will only increase. Fortunately, the truth is these aren't attacks.
No way.
Just encounters with an animal in its domain.
With shark populations all over the world declining, I feel like if you're lucky enough to have a shark attack your boat, you should just lay back and enjoy the moment and look at the animal.
You are seeing one of the most well-designed predators on the planet doing its thing. And if you see anything super cool, let me know.
The results from the blood sample from the lemon shark are in. It provides a rare insight into shark and boat encounters.
When you look at the samples and you look at what these sharks are doing, they're not getting a lot of food. We're not really seeing indications that it's probably completely changing their feeding behavior. Most likely what's going on is that these sharks are in the area and hey, maybe get a little bit of free food here. Why not take a few tail beats and go over there and check it out? Of course, there's more work to do, but the initial indications are certainly that this is not having a major negative effect on the sharks. Whoa, it pulled it out of my hands. Our takeaway from looking at the behavior of these sharks and all the videos is that these sharks are not really trying to attack boats, but they're responding to stimuli like bait, electrical charges, and you're not gonna need a bigger boat.